Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of Galaxy Battle Phase 2. This is going to be a fun one, as today we have the 0 and 1 bracket. Of course, we're still at the beginning of the Swiss stage, and a lot of fun things are ahead of us. I'm Yuba, I'm joined by Pronogo, and we will be your casters for today. Some interesting matches up ahead, Pronogo. How you doing? Did you get time to grab a coffee, grab some snacks, and get ready for some good Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I got all the energy I need. Well rested. These early morning matches for me over here in America, and it's good to start the day with some Counter Strike. I think Zero Tenacity versus Partizan here as our opening match. Of course, we got Flux versus Monte coming up as our second one of the day. So once these affairs are nice and tidied up, don't go anywhere. We got another series waiting for you. For now, Partizan are going to be looking to bounce back after a bit of a drubbing against Forza. But not only that, we obviously had Zero Tenacity's first matchup be against Spirit Academy, and they forfeited. Such is the power of Kiyosuke that you cannot go up against them at all. You just might as well close the game and not show up. So that's how Zero Tenacity decided to play counterplay against him. You are ready for action this time around on your screen, and we will see certainly an interesting showdown between these two teams. You were telling me before we went live that you think that maybe these two are in a similar skill bracket right now.
Yeah, they're both in a weird place at the moment. I think that you could say about both teams that they're in a situation where they're stagnating a little bit. Of course, at the beginning of the year, you got Partizan that were contending for the MRQ. For years now, we expected Zero Tenacity to be in a situation where they can hit RMRs and maybe try and make their way toward the major and being unsuccessful in that. And I would say that those kinds of situations kind of take it out of the team a little bit and maybe downhearted. From the beginning of this year, they're trying to get things going, but unsuccessfully so in the past few weeks. Let's move on to the map Vito as Partizan, or rather Zero Tenacity picked Anubis, Partizan picked Dust 2. So aim-heavy maps are ahead of us in this best of 3. And it is a given that I really can't wait for this best of 3 to start, given my relationship with both teams, both of them coming from my hometown. Of course, the decider, if we need one, will be Inferno. I'm very excited to see who's going to win this, because there's a sort of a competitive rivalry between these two teams. Both of them want to say that they're best in the region, or definitely best in the country, or something like that. And I think both of them have what it takes to do so. But if you can get a dominant win today, that is a statement not only to the opposing team, but also to the teams in front of you for the next games in Galaxy Battle and other events to say.
Absolutely. And now we have the pistol start here. Partizan taking to the offense. They're already on to the B bomb site, fighting over the pillar. We've got a couple of players here from Zero Tenacity to receive, and usually it's A that gets retaken, but this time around it's a string of kills, a flurry storming the B bomb site attackers. They basically just run up against the rocks, and that's about it. All we have left is Vladen, 1-on-5. I mean, we've seen crazy pistols before in this tournament, but this would be a step too far. He's going to get taken out. A little bit of a gush, and that's it. All to write home about. Dominant start for Zero Tenacity.
Oh, yeah. 4 kills by Simka. That's the way you want to start a best of 3. Especially an important one at that. Of course, not only result-wise, you're in a situation where you want to not get that 0 and 2 result and maybe try and fight your way to the playoffs. Of course, if you get to a 1-1 result, you got a much bigger chance to actually getting to the top 16 phase. Of course, there's a bit of honor on the line in this particular best of 3. So if you started like this, well, maybe that's a statement in and of itself, as Partizan really got a welcome wagon on that B-bomb side in the first round. Of course, now only on pistols. They're going to have that one deagle in the hands of Dragon. We'll see where those flames hit and if they can do something from that.
Really interesting that even though it's a Glock round with one deagle on Dragon, Partizan are still being a bit slow, a bit precarious. I think what they're looking to do is drain the coffers by making all of that utility get expired, but as Emmy goes down, that might kind of signal over. Okay, they don't really have much of a buy. Nemanja, nice little anti-eco position here. He's only up against the Glocks. There has not been that deagle picked up. Kindo does at the last second, but it's not good for the conversion, and that will be a clean enough round there. Zero Tenacity not dropping any players. A couple of them did end up expending their utility, but obviously with AVN here on the dualies for the round, means that he was saving up for the sniper. We're all good. as far as everything that was required here. And that could be a really risky play against a force buy. But if you intuit that, okay, we denied the bomb plant, we don't really have to worry too much about them, buying into that round. If they do, their economy is going to be in the doldrums when we absolutely slap them anyway. So, good confidence and good protocols there. It's a risk that I think is well worth it, especially when you're able to get the rifle out afterwards. Turns out it wasn't the sniper. I think it was for a split second, but went for the refund later. Now it's just going to be some A1S action for AVN. Meanwhile, it's a little bit of a setup for Partizan. They're looking for some action here, and Chopo was flashed in, but oh, wow. Him and Brute Monster doubling up. That is significant there for Zero Tenacity. A +2 start.
Oh, that's a really good start. That's the way you want to start the first gun round, as Collins is trying to make a little bit of space towards mid. Nemanja, I was going to say he's going to be the first point of contact, but Brute Monster is the one that falls. Collins only good for one, and he needed to double up in that situation, facing the B-bomb site now, and Simke cleaning them up. It's 3-0 Z10. And it's a good start for the CT side, as the side that picked this map is hitting the ground running.
Yeah, I guess we're already seeing their teamwork, their team play, trading off of each other. That setup towards A main, really, really nice. And I thought that maybe Partizan had kind of read it in some way, because they were pushed out far enough that they weren't going to get flashed. It just ended up being better firefights on the aim side, right? And so even though the flashbangs didn't actually blind the Ts in those positions, they would have had they been a little bit more passive, a little bit further back. And they still just had the heads-up aim duel anyway to win the day. Brute Monster has pulled out the sniper, and he's going to frag. Collins was actually the sole little bright spot there for Partizan in the last round, and he's also the only one on the board for Partizan that has a kill. So taking him out early is an ill omen indeed for the attackers, as they're now in a 4-on-5 versus a team that's starting to lock in round after round. I mean, this is obviously just a half buy here for the side of Partizan. A little bit of a force when you factor in the armor, but we needed to see a little bit more success from them, a little bit of damage at least. I mean, the CTs are going to start running away with this if they keep 5 alive multiple rounds in a row.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to give themselves a chance to build up a solid economy at the beginning of a map where the CT side economy can be the difference maker whether or not the CTs actually can pose a threat. And currently, of course, Zero Tenacity is posing quite a bit of a threat. Let's see if these Tech 9s can run somebody down, as Vladan got a lot of space from connector. AVN, oh, he's in trouble, only good for one. And that might be a chance for Partizan, as they are still with a man disadvantage, but annulling that. Simke waiting to strike from the angle, but they know where he is. Chofo relieving some of the pressure, but needs to do more, and that's a good spray transfer to convert the round, but a lot of guns lost means that they're still going to have to pay attention to their finances.
Yeah, big time. And, Partizan were so actually close to getting it over the finish line there. I thought for a second they might have a chance, especially with that picked up A1S completely clearing this Dragon heads-up play. But Chofo here with the 3-kill, obviously the 2-man spray down there from the temple position. The mouth of the temple is apparently a maw that devours, and that just ended the chances there for Partizan. They needed to be able to trade him in that position, and the fact that it didn't end up going down, and he goes down uncontested, that's a wrap on the play. But still, a little bit of damage dealt, forcing them to reinvest. Obviously, they got plenty of money in the bank, and it'll be Nemanja with the AK-47, so he's going to be happy with that on the CT side. But on the other side, of course, the offense. They've got the sniper out. What can Kindo do with this? He's trying to linger on forward, but nobody's presenting from jail. Oh, it's an op duel on the B-bomb site.
And Kindo's posting up. There's the frag. Op v op goes to the side of the Partizan man, and now a lot of pressure for the CTs, as Partizan is still not biting toward this site. They're waiting for a reaction, and the CTs, we know how Anubis needs to be played. They're going to need to do something, get some info. That smoke might do something. The Vladan ready as Chofo falls. Partizan seem to be sitting at their computers connected to the server. Simke finally with an answer, and that's a C4 down. That can actually prove to be a difference maker, though AVN is going to hit the ground. Simke still finding frags. Nemanja, there he is, and it's a 2-on-2. There's still something that Z10 can do in this situation.
And Partizan had just been picked apart from multiple sides. Kindo trying to take matters into his own hands. He will deal with Nemanja, the labored spray, not a friend of the CT with the AK. Simka pushing in a 1-on-2. Kindo very, very low. This is super doable for both sides. He needs to find the first frag, and he won't. Dragon is going to be able to salvage that, but that was way closer than it had any right to be. The only silver lining, no saving for the CTs. And, well, I mean, I don't know if that's enough of a silver lining considering the money of the T's. They will not be able to invest into this round with any savings, that's for sure. And coming into this round number 6, at the very least, Partizan are on the board, and we're finally starting to see a little bit of a crack in the finances for Zero Tenacity. AVN's FAMAS, a little bit of lighter util, no kits.
This round is going to be a fun one. A round that is going to possibly change the complexion of this first half, at least for the time being. As Partizan group up toward B, this could be interesting, as what can AVN do with that FAMAS? It could be a laser sometimes. Timing not on his side as Emmy collects a frag. Simka in trouble and Emmy doubles up. And that's round over. That's Partizan on 2.
Yeah, you're already seeing Zero Tenacity. The last 3 survivors of their squad moving to the A site to save. And, I mean, speaking of saving, it's kind of saving the map here that Partizan are able to break onto the site and force Zero Tenacity into an awkward position. They aren't really going to be able to upgrade their Galil on Collins, but no real worries there as it still does its job. We talked earlier, I believe it was actually on a train match that we casted at some point, Yuba, about how the Galil can be more beneficial for the CTs in many ways because of the extra bullets. Trying to spam through smokes, obviously you can do that on both sides, but sometimes picking that engagement a little bit more beneficial. And with how powerful smoke spams and being able to triangulate where the bullets are coming from through the smoke are, I wonder if, at some point we might not see, it's hard to predict Valve doing anything with the game because they are so hit and miss, but, maybe they'll end up adding more silenced weapons to the game because that obviously is one of the factors for the A1S. You see Collins does end up upgrading to it. I don't think it's because of smoke spams, but generally speaking, if you're looking for that extra oomph, makes sense for Partizan to go for it, as they are now trailing only by 2. This is still a salvageable T side. Zero Tenacity very impressive with their CT aggression as well. Brute Monster will take out Collins, but Nemanja gets traded out. I think this is still favoring the T's.
Yeah, they're going to have a bit more room to work with, especially with those 2 USBs in the hands of Z10 players. As the rifle is going to fall, Shuffle finally finds an answer. It's a 3-on-3, but only just, given that even Simka that picked up the rifle does not have any Kevlar, which means aim punch could actually come in play. And they want to wrap around that B bomb site. Could be costly as the rotate of the CTs is still coming in. And there's still a lot to play for, a lot to play with in this round. That AVN USP probably not going to do a lot, but the AK might. And there's Simka bringing us back to a 2-on-2. There's still a chance here for Z10, especially with the rotate coming in as well. Bomb is going to get planted. Can they break open this site and get the retake? Though they don't have a kit, they're going to have to hurry up, even though the bomb has just been planted. They're going to go through the smoke, but still not finding anything as the T's are playing quite passively. Kindo saw a shoulder, and he's going to take Shuffle down. It's only Simka. Between 2 islands, he really does not have a lot of space. He needs to find a way to isolate them, and it's not going to happen as Emmy finds another frag, and it's 3 on the board for Partizan. This is going to be an interesting map as Partizan fight back.
Yeah, Partizan are clawing back the lead, and not only that, they're doing so in a way that's forcing Zero Tenacity into these situations where they could have saved multiple rifles. They could have just walked away from their attack, washed their hands of this weirdness and said, all right, let's play into the next one with a little bit of a weapon advantage. Just having the AKs gives you a little bit more confidence for those aim duels. It's going to be plenty of A1Ss. We do have an A4 for Brute Monster. So, at the end of the day, they are still able to afford to buy, but there's no kits. It's middling utility here. Not really a huge factor so far, as Partizan haven't been excruciatingly slow on the trot. But if they start to filter those kinds of plays in to really feel out the buy of their opponents, they will eventually clear out a lot of that utility. And Chofo's going to have a little bit of pressure put onto him after being flashed off that angle. So he will eventually dispense with his smoke. There's a couple more on the lineup here for Zero Tenacity, but it doesn't really feel like any of them are nearby. I mean, we got AVN and Nemanja still have a smoke, and they are on the other side of the map. So Nemanja is going to be rotating over mid. He's going to see what he can do to set up his team for success. Smoking camera. That'll slow the approach of Partizan as they continue to push forward. Zimka now finally getting aggressive at the same time as Chofa strikes from a main, and those are going to be two very good frags in favor of Zero Tenacity. That's how they need to get back into the driver's seat here. But Collins still has something to say. He's fought back. This B site still under duress. Now there's only 2 members left. No, I don't even know if there's going to be that many. But the quick rotates are available, and Drag is being pincered underneath that pillar. Eventually he'll clear it, but there's no pace change here. It's just full throttle. Now Kindo in a 1-on-2. This looks real dire.
Yeah, not a good situation. The CT's not going to come in just yet, and he can post up with this op. They're going to have to double peek, and the first frag comes in. It's a 1v1. The op can clutch, and there's Kindo with 4 for Partizan. A good clutch for the upper of the blacks and whites, and this is looking quite good. This is what they needed, not only to equalize the result, but also to bring a lot of momentum to the remainder of this map. As I was gonna say, Anubis is one of his better maps, and he is proving just that in this play.
Attack pause comes in. When you hear that music in the replay, you know somebody on the squad needs to take a moment. And not just in terms of things like maintaining some kind of momentum and making sure you're not getting carried away in the moment as it was a Partizan attack. You also got to think about the money. I mean, Zero Tenacity, they had nothing in the coffers when they went into that last round. They bought down to basically the last dollar, and now here they are. Some with Kevlar, everybody with an upgraded pistol. The operative Brute Monster obviously just rocking the P250, the most reserved option. But there's head armor on everybody here for Partizan. You get that anyway against the rifles of the CTs. So unless something miraculous happens here, this is yet another round for Partizan, and they'll finally be taking the lead. Doing one better than the streak that Zero Tenacity started with.
Oh yeah, that's a good streak of that. Of course, T-side Anubis, we know that the momentum can play a big part. And as many rounds you win, the more rounds you're gonna get, in theory. But Z10, even though they got a few very good kills in that previous round, not being able to convert versus a 7 HP Opera is going to hurt them. Kindo finding a frag. Emmy is going to fall. Collins. And Kindo cleaning things up. Oh, look at that. Chalfo taking 2 kills with the 5-7, and now things are starting to look a bit dicey for the side of Partizan. Chalfo wants to clutch, and he might do so, but missing the last bullet, and Collins will convert. That was close for Partizan, not necessarily so, as Chalfo fought back bravely and almost took the round, stole it away from them.
Yeah, the protocol here so far, right, as we get into another tag, this time by Zero Tenacity, love to see them stew in that because they're talking over their buy options, but Partizan almost dropped that round. Of course, they do get it over the line, and that's sometimes what matters most. And other times, it's maybe a little bit more important to take things slower and to really consider your options. I feel like we're getting drawn into a bloodbath here because Partizan are just allowing Zero Tenacity to come at them with full force. And as we get deeper into the map, as we get deeper into Anubis and the set overall, I want to keep track of that. I want to keep track of how brazen some of the action really is. Zero Tenacity have had some very ballsy pushes. If they do that as well on the rifles as they do on the pistols, that can really upend the apple cart here, and suddenly this doesn't look like as much of a T-heavy map, at least not in terms of the results. Zero Tenacity picked it for a reason. Maybe they got some plans. They've already sent, Brute Monster and Nemanja up mid, so it's not unheard of for them to go for those aggressive plays, even on rifle rounds. But Partizan, I mean, they do end up investing back into it, but that's one of the so far their protocol has been draw them into a brawl, get every single player killed. They can't save any money. That last round was not when that protocol was applicable. They were on a bit of a save in that they had the loss bonus. They were going for max loss kind of situation after losing 4 rounds. They knew that they would be able to throw everybody at the problem and still have money left over afterwards. As we get into round number 10, I mean, the money's there, the buy's there. This is a full buy for everybody, but both teams potentially facing a bit of a reset here.
Yeah, it could actually be quite interesting this end of the first half. HE damage not going to do a lot. Vlad only brought to 79 HP, so he's still going to be battle ready. As Partizan, maybe they want to pick up the pace as they've already taken control of mid. And now they can think about finishing this round where they want to go. Though Z10, you're going to see in the on the minimap that they have a lot of control in front of B. So that's info that goes along with it. So they can play around it, find the rotate. Nemanja chip down to 57 HP. And that smoke is going to keep Partizan at bay for the most part. Dragon on 18. And as I said, they want to pick up the pace. They decided to slow things down, let the CT side stew in it for a bit. Of course, Dragon quite comfortable on the off as he was an opper before, so it works quite well for him. There's the opening kill, and that's going to spread the defense a little bit.
Yeah, he's no stranger to the big green, so he snipes AVN down. By the way, it was AVN and Simca who pushed out in B main earlier. That B long position becoming the domain of Zero Tenacity. And unfortunately, AVN has to find it with his life. But look at this. Nemanja, 3-man spray down. The dink had already come through earlier through the smoke. That put Dragon in a vulnerable position. It's Kindo and Vladen left in a 2-on-3, and they're crunching Chofo here with the intent of getting rid of him without any casualties. No way! They line up for him, and that's Chofo finishing the job. An ace between 2 players to tie things up.
Oh, but look at this play, playing the edge of the smoke, taking down 3, and that completely changed the round. Partizan had the upper hand. The only thing that seemed to be against them was time, and just a little bit sloppy in their holding of angles. They did not expect that play, and rather they didn't expect the play from Jofo later as well. 15-4 is the score of that.
Been on fire.
Number 1.
And
on the side of 0-10.
Well, Kindo's looking for a frag here, so I'll have to cut my particular piece short, but let's just say that was a very impressive set of plays, and it did definitely factor in mostly, the artillery strike here, mostly onto the smoke, right? The edging of the smoke ends up working marvelously for Zero Tenacity. They have gone down a man yet again, but there's so much damage dealt. Vladen, Kindo, they are both basically on no health. However, Top Fragger Chofo has already gone down. So that's a problem that they have to figure out. A little bit of a trade there. Dragon has gotten multiple kills in this round, responsible for both casualties Zero Tenacity have suffered so far. And they got the right read as well. Partizan coming in to pressure Brute Monster. There's some rotations already on the way, but Nemanja is going to be held back by utility. Monster might have a chance to frag, but it's not going to be on cake. Look at this Dragon. He knows the play is going to come through the smoke. He knows Zero Tenacity are good for it. That's a triple peak, but Brute Monster still adjusts to get rid of Dragon. And the HE going to set up for the spray down. Simca is going to be able to do everything he needs there for his team. That's a 6th round for Zero Tenacity. The CTs, and at best tying, is such a rare occurrence here on Anubis, and that's exactly what we have here.
Another multi-frag from Simca, and it's the individual plays that are coming in for 0-10 at the most crucial moments. Of course, taking that first frag was easy. Dragon, as soon as he found Nemanja, you would expect that this round is over, but Brute Monster, that was a pretty looking flick, and Simca, again, pouncing on the players that did not expect him, and Partizan, they're going to be kicking themselves for what happened in a few rounds so far on Anubis.
Yeah.
Just that, I would say the discipline is not there. You don't trust your teammates completely, that you're going to watch one angle while he watches the other.
Yes.
And it's what punishes Partizan. A chance for Z10 to actually put themselves in a position to take this half. And a 7-5 scoreline after the CT side of Anubis, that puts you in a pretty good spot.
Even without 5 rifles, you still have to hand Partizan a little bit of an advantage in this last round because they can do things like this. Running Chofo down, they had that early A control, and they understood the assignment. They knew that they needed to take with pace certain parts of the map. And at this point, you're so deep in the half, you kind of know what your opponents are up to. Now, Dragon going down poses a problem. That was the other rifle. It is going to be scooped up by Collins, but he's kind of lost in the middle. And look at that Simka just charging out the doors, guns blazing like some kind of hero shooter. And he is able to immediately end the play before any crunch towards mid can take place. This is a 4-on-3 retake. This is what the retake simulators talk to you about. But normally you got AKs. Instead, Kindo blocking with his body. Eventually that's sniffed out. Emmy's traded. Emmy's gotten 2. And Vladin, he's doubling down. But AVN pulls the sidearm out. The pistol fight to decide the 7th round for 0-10. And just like that, we've got ourselves a team in the lead.
In so many rounds, so close. This map has given us a lot so far, but before we move on to the second half, somebody's going to get handed a pretty looking skin. From the matches I've casted so far in Phase 2, not a lot of good skins have been given away, so maybe it's time to change that. What does the Galaxy case have in store? Just missing that up is going to be the Deagle Tilted for Fierce Bear. Congrats. Not a bad skin to get just for watching some Counter-Strike. So enjoy it.
Yeah, all it costs you is 500 channel points. You just buy that key. That's the easiest little case spin that I've seen. Cheapest one too. I mean, all it costs is a little bit of your attention. You know, you're already going to watch the match anyway. You might as well enjoy potential chances. We saw, I think it was so 2 days ago when I was casting last, we saw our homie Pleshikov actually got a skin. It was apparently only worth 50 cents, but still.
Well, yeah, it would be kind of bad if the director of production gets a knife. Then you would start to get some concerns.
You say that's bad? I don't know. That sounds like he'd be happy with that. That's a nice little bonus for his work. So.
All right,
so we have this CT pistol for Partizan. They are going to be storming the gates here. I mean, they're pretty far spread out, and at this point, Zero Tenacity are executing onto an empty site, and only now realizing, wait a second, we got people coming out. This is not a normal pistol round by any means, but Brute Monster takes 2 before he goes down. Dragon is going to have to do a lot of work here with AVN already finding one himself. Or no, that's Nemanja. He's found the first one. And he's already recovered a USP. Okay, well, at least Dragon clotheslines him as he comes around the corner. That works out pretty well for him. But Emmy, he's so far forward and detached from the rest of his team, which is just the 10 HP Dragon. This one looks impossible, man. I don't care if you've got Kevlar. You got 10 health.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And Dragon knows it. He wants to save that Kevlar maybe for the next round. Have a bigger chance of getting something in the next round if you opt for the force buy, though not going to happen as Simka is going to take his head. It's 8 for 0-10 as they put themselves in a pretty good position.
Simka just tied the frags of Chofo in that round. They're both fragging so well, 16 apiece. Almost the same amount of deaths as well, but not quite identical score lines. They won't be identical twins for this map of Anubis, but pretty close. I mean, in terms of impact, you got to start giving it to Simka. Those multi-frags, the late round of the first half there, got 0-10 up nicely. And this is supposed to be a T-sided map, so I'm guessing Zero Tenacity will show us a little bit of why. Oh, now they are running into the stack. The big swing works out pretty well at first, but it feels like there's enough rifles here to farm that out. Still, it's a good thing that Zero Tenacity had everybody dedicated to one spot, because that's exactly what Partizan had done, and that could have been very bloody indeed if any of those rifles got picked up.
Oh, yeah, and not only that, I mean, Partizan, you're going to be relatively happy with what happened in an eco. You get 3 guns out of the hands of the opposing team when you only basically have, like, starting pistols. There was, like, a P250 in the mix. So you do some economic damage. You put them in a position where they could face a reset after the first gun round, and maybe we could still see a few twists and turns in map number 1 of this best of 3. Chofo is going to get pushed out of the A main position by the fire, as he's going to have to wait to get some map control for his team. A default for the side of Z10 so far, as they're just paying attention to what Partizan is doing, poking and prodding, hoping to catch somebody peek, hoping to get an early advantage. Not going to happen, though, yet. What is the plan?
All right, now it seems like they're just going to play it a little bit on the slower side. I don't think Partizan ever played a proper slow round where it's just excruciating, every little piece of utility exhausted. Vladin and Kindo, the two-man push, at least that'll trade, but Collins is getting interested too. He's actually going to do one better. That's Simka down. This turns into a 3v4. Do they know where the attack is coming in from? The bomb is on the side of B. Pay no attention to Nemanja on the flank. He is not going to be pincering A. But this could work out pretty well. Actually, maybe with the control that he's gained, they are going to start to rotate over. Cut noise. Look at that. Finding Dragon on the approach. That is going to be quite the little bounty he's collected for himself. Pushing on back. I mean, still numbers here for Partizan. Oh, Brute's going to get taken out, but at the very least, Avian trades him, and now it's just Collins. It's just Collins left on the site. He's able to take out Nemanja. The time not present there, and look at that, just like that. Not even a bomb plant for Zero Tenacity, so money is going to be a factor going into round number 17.
Oh, yeah, and that's also a very good confidence booster for Collins. Getting a triple kill in a very dicey situation, of course, with Nemanja being so far deep towards CT spawn. You don't know really where he's going to strike from. So you really want to make an individually good play, and that's exactly what he did, Collins. I mean, we've seen him for a while now. You and I got a chance to cast Partizan in many games in the past few weeks, and he's really been struggling in a position where, like, he's for a long time been one of the best players on some of the best regional teams. So if he starts firing away, then Z10 could still be in a world of trouble. A lot of control gained by the side of Partizan as they have control of water. They kind of know what's going on. That soul rifle in the hands of Chofo could be annulled in a certain span of events. Of course, we're going to have to find out what is going to happen here, how things are going to turn out. Wasted a lot of utility both sides, but Partizan still have a few grenades left. Only a few in the hands of Z10, but that's a good setup as Emmy and Dragon find 3 and completely destroy that attack from mid. Ladan is going to take that rifle out, and it's only Simke with the Tech 9 on his feet. This is a turning point for Partizan, unless Simke does some heroism that we can't really expect to happen. Managed to take on one player. Here's another. Wait. With 35 seconds on the clock, of course, time is against him, and they know exactly where he is. Dragon's going to take him out. For a moment there, I was slightly concerned, but Partizan taking control of things, and this was an important round, a conversion after economically resetting the side of Z10. Of course, Z10 are going to be on starting pistols. Now a good chance for Partizan to get another round and put themselves just one away from tying things up.
Yeah, well played there. And, you know, one of the things that you got to watch out for in those tricky buys is getting down to the last guy. Not because you're likely to lose the round. 1v5s are incredibly rare in Counter-Strike, but the damage can really start to add up. So they keep 3 alive, which is minimum, you know, that's a passing grade, but just barely on the CT side. That is your task whenever you're successfully winning a round. And they deny the bomb plant, which is nice little extra because Zero Tenacity still do not have enough for a proper buy. They are just going to continuously cycle back and forth. I think that every time you have that knife out that sometimes you stab yourself with when you keep taking it out, that really should inflict 1 point of damage to you. Just as a punishment for constantly quick switching. Look at this brute!
Oh.
He's using his teammates as a little bit of a launch pad. And they do get 1 frag at the end, so it wasn't entirely without consequence. 1 P250 in the group, helping out a little bit.
All right, let's see what the D-side can do now that they have a proper buy. What Nemanja can think of from the IGLing position. Of course, when you got 2 players already firing off quite well, you know that you're in a solid position to actually take back control of the map. But I'm thinking, what if Partizan grabbed this round? That could change the complexion of this map entirely. it could not only put them in the lead, but make a bit of a statement that this CT side is not to be trifled with. As it seems to be another slow burner. Dragon,
Ooh.
though, wants to change things up. That's an important kill to start things out, and he's just going to pull back, pull away, and not let Z10 have a chance to get the trade so quickly. They're going to have to go toward a site with a man disadvantage.
Yeah, AVN spots out one defender. No surprises there. But, you know, it's kind of interesting that Dragon, there was one round against the hero rifle buy of Zero Tenacity, where Dragon pushed out onto that water position. And yeah, he got a little bit of chip damage dealt to him, but he just announced his presence. He wasn't good for a kill. But it starts to make you wonder, how frequently is that going to happen? Because that's not really something that we saw. We saw delayed water takes from Zero Tenacity, but not that kind of action. Now, Collins, oh, he's gone down. And, you know, that was the linchpin. Nemanja apparently calls around himself for this round, taking matters into his own hands. 3-on-3. Not over yet. Partizan are going to go for this.
Yeah, and they do have a kit. They do have a lot of utility to work with. Let's see what they're going to do. A good setup in connector, but only AVN now on his feet in a 1v2. Important 2 frags coming from Dragon. Looking to triple up, but not going to happen. Kindo, 1v1. That op might do some work, but he changed to the AK. It's a 1v1, and he's sticking this. He's now just now going to peek, and a good chance of clutching it, but not going to happen. It's AVN taking the clutch and not letting Partizan tie things up.
Now that was an impactful frag, an impactful set of frags, in fact, from AVN. It's Nemanja that got them onto the site. It was AVN that got them onto the round win. Double digits and attack pause out of Partizan. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Favored round in the mid-round, favored round in the retake, and they still end up dropping it thanks to some heroic fragging. And really, that has been the story for Zero Tenacity on their CT side. I think Partizan had a fine game plan on Anubis. I don't think that they're slouches by any means. I think what happened really is that they were firing into a team that just shot back better in many respects. And they were there enough, you know, trading punches, trading blows when it came to the strategic line of thinking, where it wasn't like there was a massive gulf between the two squads in that respect. So Zero Tenacity kept up tactically, but they fought back so well when it came to the actual mechanics, when it came to the aim of Anubis. And so I do think Zero Tenacity look favored after that round win to close us out here relatively calmly, relatively quickly. But Partizan might have something left in the tank. They did just take their tactical timeout. Now garrisoning that B-bomb site. They won't be pushing out aggressively with that. They instead had been preferring the mid-takes after Dragon's one play in the water position. So not going to happen this time either, though. And oh, Nemanja, so far forward. Able to hunt down the Dragon, and with 5 HP remaining, we'll grab that sniper. That's a very ill omen for Partizan here. They're already down 2 rounds. They can't afford to be down with lesser weapons and down a man. Too many disadvantages. The deck stacked against them.
Somebody needs to make a heroic play. Let's see who's going to be up to the task, if anybody, from this situation. And what is the plan for Z10 now? As they don't really have a lot of info about the setup from the Partizan boys. So it's going to be a slow round so far until somebody makes a mistake. Chofo could die to this op unless Kindo misses. They want to strike toward him. He's going to have to hit and run, finding one, but not anything other than that. And it's a maintained advantage for Z10. As Chofo with that smoke is just going to apply a bit more pressure. Let Partizan stew in this. As they want to strike toward the A-bomb side, it's Zlatan that might get tested. Only alert toward B. Let's see what's going to happen now. Collins took care of Nemanja. Now they need to strike toward A. There's Zlatan. Oh. There's one. Looking for more and chipping them up, but he's very low. No, the smoke brute monster falls, and the USP does its job. 9 for Partizan.
Well, just like that, it just took 3 miraculous frags from Zlatan, and honestly, when Nemanja went down here at the very end, thanks to Collins and Dragon combining for it, that was really the point where this attack started to crumble. They throw that advanced smoke and mark it, not realizing that will be their tomb. That will box them in, and suddenly A main, that's where they all start to crumble. I mean, they were using that as a staging ground, pick up the weapons, kind of reset, but Nemanja was not ready for the swing from Collins, and He only had 5 HP. It wasn't really his responsibility. Obviously, he had the sniper, so there is that at least. Now, well, no frag there for Kindo, but certainly some damage. And, well, he's got to watch out for this all Glock round, as the Op is really the worst gun to go up against something like that. We actually saw that same dynamic happen, unfortunately, earlier when Kindo got run down by the MAC-10. But this is nice and easy. Crisp shots from Emmy. Kindo getting a little bit of damage dealt as well. 222 damage, in fact. Somehow that's 3.
Yeah. Now, we've seen Emmy with some really good frags so far during this map. Of course, these were anti-eco frags, so that doesn't really count. But he had some really impactful rounds so far for Partizan, and among other things, that's what kept them alive. That's what kept Z10 at bay on a map that Partizan is not really completely comfortable with. So if they're actually playing neck and neck on map number 1, that might be worrisome for Z10 in the remainder. Oh, that's just going to be a walk toward the side, and Nemanja clotheslines Collins. That might be round over right now, as Partizan, with no answer, in a man disadvantage to contemplate trying to go for the retake, but they know that this round is done. A good call from Nemanja, and he is, again, the player that finds that opening pick.
Really hard for Partizan to do anything in this situation. They're going to fall back despite having 4 members alive. They weren't able to do any damage. Zero Tenacity earlier, they were not able to expect the attack at the right time. Anubis is a map where you need to be kind of ahead of the action a lot of the times, or have some kind of miraculous stunning hold. And sure, the B bomb site can be so fickle, be so tricky. You can rotate backwards for more defensive postures a lot easier on the B bomb site, so you can be pretty far forward, and as the utility comes in, you can look for that one frag, get that nice little CT setup there, try to stuff the assault. But if you're not in the right position, if you don't have the right number of staffers to run that particular gig, you will be overrun. And that's exactly what we saw for Zero Tenacity. They'll be very happy with their 11th round win. It might be double digits for both teams, as it is. It might be a bit grisly. Zero Tenacity might not be able to clear their map pick easily, but they are setting themselves up for success. Now, conversely, Partizan still have 5 rifles. This is not going to be an easy round for the attackers, and they're going to try their hand at the B-bomb site yet again. Kindo finding the first frag. I think they're going to cancel their plans, Yuba.
Yeah, might be a change of the decision-making on the side of Z10 in this round. Definitely gonna go for a different approach right now, trying maybe to slow things down, as they did manage to get the trade. So that is gonna put Partizan in a situation where they're gonna have to risk toward one of the sites. Which one is gonna be more heavily defended? Of course, the B-bomb site is always gonna be the proper choice, but with 2 players defending it, it's still not all too easy. You preferably want 3 in this case of a scenario. Kindo misses the shot. Repeak is there, but not even close to seeing a player. Collins falls. Kindo needs to pull back. Dragon, in the meanwhile, managed to find one frag, though the bomb is going to get planted again. Partizan with a man disadvantage and possibly already deciding to go for the save, as Z10 striking twice towards B, breaking the deadlock and putting themselves possibly on map point.
Yeah, pole position here. Zero Tenacity happy to finish this map out in style, and that's what they're gunning towards. It looks like Dragon is still searching. Kindo with the op coming through Temple at the same time, and look at that. Spots Chofo on the drop. Best he can do is send out the HE, sailing on through. Kindo gets traded after that, not even going to get away with the sniper. I mean, there is money to be invested into the next round, so it made sense to try to go for it, but not exactly the cleanest little start there, and not the cleanest finish either. So I want to give a shout out to Simca in that last round. He did very, very well to just park himself outside of A main and wait for the egress. He knew his team would draw those rotations, that there was a high chance of at least one player moving through. So he clotheslines Vladen on the way out, and yeah, he gets traded, but at that point he's done his job. He's frustrated the rotations and made things just that much harder. Going straight through the smoke this time. Not going to be respecting that towards water. Instead, Zero Tenacity powering up towards A main. We do have a little bit of a lean here towards that A bomb site. With 2 players playing mid, they are going to be a bit flexible. So Partizan are well equipped to potentially riposte this attack, but it is going to take some precision. Nemanja still holding for any mid-aggression, throwing out the util, keeping them interested. But now we're starting to see Collins and Emmy thinking about maybe rotating through dark, and that can be a point where they can catch the IGL of Zero Tenacity before his rotation is done. The exit coming into A.
All right, let's see what the defenders can do. They need to hold off this attack as long as possible, but with these smokes, they're going to have to wait and maybe even try and just go for the retake. Boost, not going to happen. Smoke, good. And Partizan waiting to find the first frag. They need that first kill to have a good chance of getting close to that C4, but the T's seem to be ready. AVN is gonna die. So is Chofo. That gives Partizan a chance. They can strike toward the side. Brute Monster posted up with that op. But not a lot the op can do. The AKs need to help. There's one with Sniper Simket there as well, putting it back to a 3v3, and now a lot of trouble for Partizan as they can't find anything so far. Though, Nemanja now with the op, they're sticking to the fuse, and Nemanja missed the shot, and Anubis is not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to all 24 rounds.
Yeah, apparently we need every single round of regulation, and we could have even more, depending on if Partizan can claw this one back fully. But this is a lot of damage inflicted, and they did not have a lot of money coming into this. So at the end of the day, Zero Tenacity, they wanted to find that round win. They are still able to get the rifles out, though. So not entirely the end of the world there for Partizan. They keep 2 alive afterwards, and it's a bit scrappy, but they've got kits on everybody that they need. It actually works better than I thought. And, you know, that means that it is a little bit tough for the boys defending. Zero Tenacity struggling to end the game on their map pick. And really, this was a tale of 2 halves at first. You think about the CT side domination, 7 rounds. That doesn't sound like a lot on the first half when you could theoretically be 12 out. But no, not on Anubis. On Anubis, 7-5 for CTs is absolutely ludicrous. And so the fact that Zero Tenacity started that way, but they haven't actually been able to finish the job cleanly, does speak volumes to Partizan's ability to hold on for dear life. And now it's going to be down to a well-called, well-drilled T round to close us out in time for map 2 without extra rounds required. Partizan fighting for that reality, though. They want this to take a bit longer. They're going to go ahead and dispense with their normal utility. Actually, nothing towards water this time around, and Brute Monster is moving with pace. Oh, Vladin, if he peeks wrong, if he chooses the wrong angle to take a look at, Brute Monster could absolutely op him out of the universe.
Let's see what they got. Vladin can't make a step too far. Though, Brute decided to disengage. Pull back with that op. Change his position, though. It seems still that Z10 are decided to go toward that A-bomb site. Aggress from the CTs is going to cost them dearly. As Vladin and Kindo both hit the deck, the other CT players are going to be slow on the rotate. The bomb can get planted, though. Still a lifeline for Partizan is the fact that 3 players on the side of Z10 are quite heavily tagged. AVN on 58 HP. Dragon, that HE.
Simke gonna go down to that HE.
Bring back 1 kill. There you go. That might be the opening. That might give them a chance, but they're gonna need to strike fast and strike hard if they want to get to that bomb. And Z10 players have no intention of letting him do just that. Dragon finds a frag. There's Collins as well as Dragon falls. It's a 2-on-2, but Emmy only on 1 point of health. The smoke, the molly, but Brute hitting Emmy, and it's Collins. In a clutch situation, he needs to get this, otherwise the map is over, and it is done. As Z10 take their map pick, this best of 3 is gonna be fun.
Look at that. Zero Tenacity, 13-11. It took every round in regulation for us to get over the line, but nonetheless, well, we'll say a little bit of an upset, minor upset. I think Partizan are generally a more together squad than Zero Tenacity, but at this level, you can never predict one winner overall. Dragon with 26 frags, a valiant effort. Tied by Simka, and of course Chofo trailing on the other side. Man, some heroic moments. And that last round, very, very nice tactics there. It baited them forward, where Brute didn't quite reveal his position with the op. That might have given up the game a little bit too much. But he did end up, falling back, setting up for the util, while Chofo was forward in that market position. That was the round-winning play to bait those CTs forward. They would never expect somebody close closet like that. They were absolutely lambasted by those bullets, and that's exactly what gets them over the finish line. Zero Tenacity win their map pick. Well earned, well fought. Also very brawly and bloody, and if that's a little bit of an omen, I can't wait for map 2.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so fun. I mean, we saw the veto. We know what's ahead of us. A lot of brawly maps. Dust 2 will be up next, so I'm very curious to see how that's gonna look. Simply given that Partizan have hit hard on a map they're not really comfortable with. Now moving on to Dust 2, it just means that this best of 3 is gonna deliver a lot. And I mean, I expected that coming into this best of 3, given that it's not only, of course, the result in the competition on the line. It's a bit more, given the fact that both teams hail basically from the same city in this situation. You kind of want to say that you're the better side in this particular scenario. Of course, that's it for map 1, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back with Dust 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It was a close-fought affair on map number 1. Moving on to Dust 2, I'm very curious to see how things are going to pan out. Of course, both teams kind of trying to get back to form, trying to get back to winning ways. Partizan, 6 in a row, best of 3s they've lost, so really not the form you want to have. They're hoping that this could be the difference maker of a match that's gonna change their fate and make them tie up a few games, of course, in the future, including this one. On the other side, we got Z10 that I never really know what to expect from them. Sometimes they play really, really good. It's a bit of a Gattuso meme, sometimes maybe good, sometimes, yeah. It's one of those situations, Pronogo, where they played quite well in some of the rounds on their map pick. Of course, some seem to be quite sloppy, and you could say that for both teams, right?
I think so. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I know you started off talking about Zero Tenacity, but it feels like that could apply to both of the squads that are about to duke it out on Dust 2 Map 2 in this best of 3. And honestly, I can predict this 2-0. I could predict this to go a third map. It really comes down to will Chofo and Simca on the side of Zero Tenacity still be firing in all cylinders like they were on our lovely sunny Anubis. Dust 2 a little bit more muted. We are going to come into it with Partizan on the T side, so no change there. It'll be the CT side for Zero Tenacity to open things up, just like it was on Anubis. But Dust 2 has a bit of a different story to it. Even though the Ts have a lot of advantages, a lot of ability to take initiative, this is a much more mapped out map, given how long it's been in the pool, how long it's been around. Brute Monster will be the first point of contact already as a Gush.
Oh, yeah. Kendo down on 1 HP. Let's see what he can do and his team. Can they make their way to the side? But a lot of Z10 players already waiting for them. The defense seems to be ready as these USPs are far and away. But Collins doubles up. Oh, that was a meaty nade. I want to see that in replays. AVN blew up 2 Partizan players, and 2 Partizan players are what remains for their team. Bomb can't get planted just yet. Nemanja on the jump, doing damage, but not finishing the off yet. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible and finally getting a chance to plant. All right, a bit of money already gathered, but now Emmy in a very difficult situation. Finding 1 frag would be rich in this position. He's running out of bullets, and he's running out of chances. He's going to die, and that's round 1 for the side of Zero Tenacity. A good start and a good pistol at that.
Yeah, Nemanja, it looks like he pulled out the knife for a second, but he was bailed out by his teammate, and that will be the pistol round 1 on the side of Zero Tenacity. We saw them take Anubis's CT side pistol as well. So that'll be 2 for 2 on the opportunities. Honestly, though, I mean, pistols have definitely been Zero Tenacity's domain, but we need to make sure that they are on par, that they are working wonderfully on these second rounds. This is where really we separate boys from men a lot of the time in Counter-Strike, because a force buy after the bomb plant goes down on a map like Dust 2 can absolutely run you over. Think about if they end up surprisingly, attacking towards the B-bomb site and getting a couple of kills along the way. I mean, it's basically round wrapped no matter what your buy is. But that's one of the reasons why you'll see less of a bonus and more of a proper investment into round number 2 for Zero Tenacity. Go for 3 A1Ss, a FAMAS and MP9. A little bit lighter on the utility than maybe some of them would like, but enough to get the job done versus the lighter buy here. You got a Scout, 2 Galils. Interesting little adaptation for Partizan. They're not going to go for the Deagles. They went for the more measured approach of having the rifles, so they'll have the opportunity to spam through smokes and make it feel like a proper round.
Yeah, but do they want to show those Galils so early? Of course, that was some info for the side of Z10 that there is a scout in place, so they can guess that there is a force buy. Though we have seen a scout being picked up, even with the rest of the players going on an eco, so you can never be too sure, judging by only 1 gun that you've heard so far. The thing is, statistically, both teams are stronger on the side they're currently playing on, as Z10 has a bigger percentage on the CT side, of course, Partizan, vice versa. So that is going to be an interesting state of affairs, even when we switch the sides, as Partizan want to hit that B-bomb side. Let's see how lucky they are going to be with that, as Nemanja is waiting on B with that silence M4. He's completely blind, but AVN is not. and he finds the opening frag. Now it's time for Nemanja, but he's not finding anything, and Emmy takes down AVN, and now things are starting to crumble for the CT side. Are they already pulling the plug? That's the question.
Yeah, bomb going down now. 40 seconds to detonation. We wait for Simka to make a play by window. Vladin might be his first victim through the doors. That's a healthy player. One that remains here for Partizan. Now he's peppered down nicely. Chofo, the slow flank. You can see Brute Monster and Chofo are playing this so, like, reservedly. They are not going to go for this, and they're just going to hold for any wraparounds after the fact, and Simka makes noise falling back. And that is a round one by Partizan. Exactly what I was worried about there. If you get a couple of frags on your way into the B bomb site, doesn't really matter what the weaponry looks like. You are going to have a distinct advantage on that T side. Chofo will at the very least get a nice little upgrade for his trouble, as well as $600 in the bank. And so that's nice for him, but that's a very, very solid salvage from losing the pistol into winning the reset there. But Zero Tenacity keep a lot of members alive, so they're not in too bad of a situation.
Yeah, not bad at all. With 3 guns saved, they can still have a solid buy in this one. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but with 3 M4s, they got a scout in the mix. AVN, just a USP, and that could be interesting. All right, he got that 5-7 now. Brute Monster taken down to 34 points of health. That scout did damage, though both actually players that are on the smaller sniper are chipped away. And Z10 doing a good job collecting space. Simka from short taking the first frag of this round. Nemanja, that's a lot of aggression from the CT side, and it paid dividends as Partizan are in a very sticky situation now. Look at the HP. They're 2 men down, and the other 3 players are not really the healthiest at the moment.
Yeah, this is effectively walking around wounded, coming out with the first scout duels, and Brute Monster does one better by tagging Collins after the fact. Pretty much anybody that walks into his crosshair is dead. Not going to be salvaged here in round number 3. Partizan had their operation cut short as they were moving forward with an attempt at anti-force. It turns out scout alone was enough to make things messy, and Nemanja pushing on forward as well into the B tunnels. Very high impact. So at this point, they've slowed things down to see if they can drain any more utility, find any more details. Collins with the swing. Oh, the fadeaway.
All right.
Duck underneath the crate, you know, just enjoy yourself there. Dragon's going to get dropped immediately. It's just Kindo, and he's not even going to get a chance to look at his opponent. Simka will clean things up. 3 frags for him on the round, and that's an important one to win. Not necessarily because they were already advantaged coming into the round, but what was important about it for Zero Tenacity is that they won cleanly. They are going to develop their economy so nicely with recovered weapons galore.
Yeah, and what is Partizan going to do now? Tack pause necessary as they talk about how their buy needs to look, how this round needs to look, as they're hoping to find that counter reset. Still, neither side chaining 2 rounds together. Z10 hoping that it's going to be them. And as you said, they've really got some good guns at their disposal. Of course, utility is in full. So, of course, they are in the driver's seat at this present moment.
It's going to be hard for Partizan to do much here, but we saw them make magic happen in round number 2. It was almost a textbook in that they just grabbed a couple of trades, got onto the site, and that was a wrap. So we need to see Nemanja play a little bit better if he's ever going to be that B anchor. Can't be getting no frags, only damage if he's the last man on the site. That's what allowed Partizan to get their round win. This one, though, it's going to be a bit of a different look. They're not favoring the B site as much immediately at the gate. Oh, some good chip damage on the way, though. Nemanja is going to continue his string of rounds where he's done very critical damage without necessarily grabbing a frag. He's 1 for 1 so far on the kills to deaths, but he's had a decent amount more impact than that if you think about the amount of damage he's put down range. So good to see from the IGL. It doesn't need a big, impressive score line. It just needs to find the impact. On the other side, though, Partizan are still dancing around this middle position, and they haven't really committed to any one location. Only really one Galil for the entry on Collins, who, as you mentioned in the last map, has been on the struggle bus trying to find consistent form. Sometimes he can get good multi-frags, especially on the CT side, but other than that, it feels like his entries leave something to be desired. We are going to see that push through mid. A very slow crawl. They are going to need to resmoke that, and they will. Simka, he'll be able to sniff this out. Here's them moving around. Tries to throw some bullets through there, but Nemanja taken up by the Deagle. That is humongously impactful, and the B site is yet again overrun in the force. Kindo was left over, and look at that. Simka going down. I mean, you got to call this one, guys. This is the B-bomb site 2v4 retake, and they've scarpered some of the weapons that you had on the site as well. See you later. Tie game, Partizan. Very nice. They slow things down not enough, and then they just pull the trigger exactly when Zero Tenacity were not ready for it.
And that first kill was crucial. Vladon finding an opening with the Deagle. That second, as a conversion toward the B-bomb site, was as important, though the player was going to get overrun either way. And Partizan getting their second on the board. Again, 0-10. Now the team that is in trouble. Of course, their economy is a bit better, so they are in a situation where we can expect a solid buy from them, should they choose to have one. Given that Simki can buy for himself, Chofo can drop a gun, and Nemanja can get a buy, which is, of course, not going to be perfect. Just a small Kevlar M4, no utility. We know that utility can be quite important on a map like Dust 2. So we'll see if they're going to try something a bit more aggressive, because let's not forget, they did win a round off of aggression alone. That third round of this second map. Let's see if they're going to try the same again, as it seems that they are. Brute Monster, that's quite a forward position. You can see that on the minimap on mid, trying to find the first frag. Flash, not going to catch him, but he's going to see a player in suicide. Let's see what he can do in this position. But I think he overstayed his welcome in this scenario, and of course, Partizan is just going to pounce on it. They didn't even need to look at him, just throw grenades, and that's a man advantage. And a good start of the round.
Ooh, well, the trade is there as well, and Zero Tenacity starting to hemorrhage players left, right, and center. Partizan have been doing very, very nicely here. This is an opportunity. Simka finding Dragon in middle maybe allows them to pull back into this. Remember, the A side a lot easier to retake. AVN a little bit far. Everybody else already rotating through. Chofo, everything's on to you, my friend. The utility from Simka will help out, but you need to hit the shots. And look at that. Burning up in the flames. Simka also finding one elsewhere. This is down to Kindo in a 1-on-2. And, well, AVN's actually taking a very long rotation through. It is going to be an advantageous angle, but he needs to find Kindo. Oh, okay. Simka is the steady hand. That's exactly what slays the dragon as well as Kindo in the process. Partizan, they should have probably been able to close this round, but it's very heads-up play from Zero Tenacity that get them round number 5 in their pocket. They are up 3-2. And we have a hotly contested Dust 2. I mean, after Anubis, who would have guessed anything else?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we expected that this was going to happen, but another multi-kill from Sibcast. He's continuing a good stretch of form from last map as well. He fragged quite well on Anubis, continuing that on Dust 2. This time, not so aggressive as the side of Z10, as they know that their opponents have inferior weaponry. A good start, as Brute Monster did decide to re-peek lower tunnel, take care of Emmy. And that HE grenade did a solid amount of damage on Dragon and Kindo. That might toss a wrench into the gears of the Partizan strat book. They need to find the next kill. Playing anti-flash, both players actually on the short position. Dragon seen a player, but he's going to get smoked off. That's going to slow things down even more in this round.
Yeah, quite the crawl, Partizan on the T side so far. Feels like we were much deeper on Anubis by this time code. Just the way Partizan have been playing it. And these are nice little headshot duels favoring the rifles. Collins has pulled one out, though. Okay, not going to be able to double down. Oh, Kindo could have done even more damage to the economy. Unlikely to win the round from that position, but we will see Zero Tenacity stretch ahead. And finally, a team has won 2 rounds in a row. Took us a while to get here. Good to see Brute Monster on the op as well. I mean, this is where we need to see Zero Tenacity really try to put the lockdown on if they want to avoid Partizan coming back into things. Though it won't be on this round anyway. There's not enough economy, no bomb plant. Gives us a nice little look-see into the financial woes of the offense. Emmy even getting legged there, it looks like, by the op. Yeah, all right. Overall, I would say, Zero Tenacity have had good protocols. Partizan are going to need to be using this as a little bit of an extended timeout to try to feel out what the tactics of Zero Tenacity really are. I don't think they've been slouches so far on Dust 2, but the results haven't necessarily gone their way. And I mean, that does start to feel a little bit like Anubis, right, Liuba? You think about Zero Tenacity just firing back, having so many shots into each other the whole way through, and the squad's obviously going for that brawl, but it ends up favoring the CT somehow, even though the economy wouldn't look like that. That's how they got 7-5 on the scoreline. So this hasn't been as chaotic, but the rifles seem to be firing back a little bit easier for Zero Tenacity comparatively. And it doesn't help the Partizan don't have rifles as often.
Yeah, of course, this is just going to be a cleanup. It's 5 for 0-10, and they are the first team to chain together a few rounds, as they got 3 on the board on the run, on the fly, and Partizan are going to have a bye in the next round, hoping to get an answer, because if they lose this one, we could see 0-10 putting themselves in a really good situation, in a position where they can kind of extend their lead toward the position that the CT side can be quite dominant. Of course, it is still early days. As Partizan want to take control of long, they do just that. AVN falls. Simka wants to play aggressive, but Vladan is going to take his head as well, and the defense is crumbling. Chofo, is he going to try a heroic play? Oh, yes, he is, through the smoke. Dragon waits, and he's just going into the dragon's jaws as Partizan take them all. It's only 2 that remain for the side of Z10. The op in the hands of Brute Monster is quite far away, so Nemanja, he's going to have to make a multi-frag if he wants to stand a chance, but he gets mollied off, and they know his exact position. Finding one is not enough. The op still contesting this.
Really?
Maybe trying to commit to this round, and finding something with that op could change the tide of battle, though still 1v4. Not looking good, but he finds the first frag. That might give him a lifeline. Does he expect the player on short? Next contact is Emmy, and he's going to take his head. It's 3 for Partizan.
Yeah, that feels like a weird set of decision-making there from Zero Tenacity. They were not able to save the op. They were not able to save even any rifles. Obviously, it all started with Simka. Looks like almost he turns the wrong way. I'm guessing anti-flash in that position, hoping that he doesn't get blinded so he can turn around for the refrag. Doesn't end up happening, and so when A breaks that easily, that quickly in the round, you really don't have much hope left over, and Dragon finding the 3rd kill really sealed the deal at that point. Chofo had no chance of shooting back. So nowadays it's going to be a little bit of a different look-see. Good utility usage to take care of some of those A-main pushers. It's not going to be as fast of a collapse there. Zero Tenacity is still ahead by 2 rounds. They want to use their whole investment here in this round number 9 to get ahead further. Kindo will end up going down and standing in the fire. Brute Monster, I don't know what you're doing, my friend. An absolute disaster class. How to get a frag and then not be like device whatsoever.
All right, let's see what the CT side has in store right now as the T's are ready to pound toward A. The rotates are already there. It's not going to be completely easy for Partizan as they try to steamroll their way toward the A-bomb site. Simka, is he going to catch a good angle? Not going to find anything. Only a dink on Dragon. That's not enough. A man advantage short-lived as Nemanja pushes through the smoke. It's a 2-on-2, but they still need to get the bomb. They still need to get to the site in AVN. Next point of contact, next man that wants to strike like a ship in the night, that gets a chance and uses it to his advantage. A double kill that seals the deal for Z10.
Yeah, and weapons recovered at the end of the day. Obviously, the money is still a little bit rough into this next round. They will have to invest a bit more, having only survived with 2 players. But honestly, with how disastrous the openings of these rounds have been for the CT side, where they're making really critical errors at worst possible junctures, obviously Brute Monster standing in the fire, absolutely unnecessary. It comes to mind more perhaps to stand out-ish than the rest of the previous round. But they are still up by 3 rounds. So almost try as they might, they're not able to clutch defeat from the jaws of victory, and Brute Monster will now be up a frag there onto Emmy, and he's posted up well versus this. Oh, the counter boost, though. That's cheeky. Partizan pulling out a little bit of a cheeky tactic there. I'm going to say there's no way that he peeks into the stack, and indeed, stack dismantles the other. One tower knocking down the other. We'll call it a siege tower, but it is the sort of not really a hero AK per se, because we do have a Galil on the other side as well. They have recovered an A1S for Dragon, but Nemanja still not going to let things lie. No, Vladin will be in the 1-on-4 and unlikely to get much. He's got fire at his feet, Chofo at his back. Rock hard place. Dragon has found a frag elsewhere. He was hiding from me. But, he's hiding from Zero Tenacity as well. Not known for stealth, dragons. They're a little bit too big for that, but apparently escaping everybody's eyes. And now with the smoke down, this feels like a more doable round if he can get the bomb. That's what the smoke is there for. He's waiting for the spams, but this looks real rough still.
Oh, that's timing. Oh, that's incredible timing. He might get an easy frag onto AVN, and he just does that. 25 seconds on the clock. He can go towards B. Chofo saw him. But a smoke to be used, the bomb to be planted. Chofo, is he going to rush toward this? The answer is no. A 4K on the books. Maybe a chance for Dragon to do just that. Is he expecting a player from Doors? Not going to find him. And it's going to be 7 for Z10, but that was dangerous. That was close.
Super close. They'll lock in 7 rounds. That's exactly what they had on CT side of Anubis. But obviously it was almost not enough. If you remember how that map went, 13-11. Despite being on the favored side with an advantage on half 2. Nonetheless, you can say to a lesser extent that also applies to Dust 2. But they are looking for more. They're looking for chaining additional rounds, and they have the opportunity. 2 more rounds left to be played. Really tricky rounds in the middle of it here. I mean, we're starting to get some of that chaos we saw in Anubis pepper in, but it only happens in certain cases, and look at that. Kindo will maybe accelerate the pace of that chaos. Bedlam starting to take over. We've got 2 Ts charging through the B tunnels. Nobody there to receive them. This looks like a Partizan round.
Oh, yeah. Brute Monster, does he even expect the players to be on B so quickly? The answer is no. Simke falls down, and that might be round over, but Brute Monster, between a rock and a hard place, trying to hold on to this AWP, striking through the smoke, not finding anything. Flash, good. Vladan doesn't want to force the issue. He knows a man advantage means they can plant the bomb and secure the round, and that's just what's going to happen. Partizan is going to be on 4 as Z10 are pulling back and saving their guns for round number 12. Partizan firing back at the correct moment. And just thing that I wanted to say, I mean, Kindo, you check the statistics for Partizan on Dust 2. He's not been having a great time on Dust 2. That should be in Opera's paradise. So finding such a crucial kill in this might be the second time he got the big green on this T side. That is so important for Partizan. Get things going on their Opera. That could transition quite well to the CT side and give them a chance to tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be a long campaign for them to do so, but they've got 1 more round in the half. And honestly, if Partizan make things happen here, we'll absolutely see an exciting half 2. Even if it's 8-4, I still think Zero Tenacity have their work cut out for them. I mean, Partizan have been known to be a little bit of a late resurgence in some of their maps, some of their matches, and this would be no different. But they've actually been neck and neck all half 1, so really, really well played on that respect. They are equalizing the chaos, and with a bit of a rough buy, obviously 3 members alive at the end there for Zero Tenacity. It's just that they had virtually no money in the coffers. So now they're down on utility. 2 kits are enough, statistically speaking, to have somebody dead near the site. Yeah, Kindo finding Simke is humongous here, though.
Oh, yeah.
These openers, Partizan have mostly converted these.
Oh, yeah. Shoulder to shoulder, going through the smoke, but they hear this. They should
No
know.
way.
They have to know. Dragon's gonna fall,
No
and Nemanja
way.
gets away with murder as he can pull back and reposition, continue to fight in the remainder of this round. Still, though, a 4v4 favors the T's as they're gonna split the defense a little bit. Though Brute Monster finds a frag, that's gonna keep Partizan at bay and toughen this round a little bit for them.
Look how deep they are on A. Man, this is looking so hard because you can just retake from that position. 2 members, you're not going to expect that many. You're looking for the site to have a defender, and that's not where Zero Tenacity are. So Partizan are going to spend so much time in the remaining 40 seconds clearing angles, working through utility sets, announcing their presence before it's ready. This whole time, we could easily see Emmy get backstabbed and turn this into a 4-on-2. Well, maybe not. AVN's going to do it first, and there's the clotheslining. That's it. Basically round over, and there you have it. 8-4 on the start. Zero Tenacity looking like they might be able to close it in style after all. It's still brawly. It's still chaotic. But half number 2, ooh, it could have a lot in store for us here. Partizan are going to be taking to the defense. Zero Tenacity will show us whether they've got the goods on the offensive side. That's the one that tends to be harder to call, although Dust 2 is very active on both sides. So credit to Nemanja for making things happen, and I think we're just about ready to get our giveaway going.
Yeah, let's see who's gonna be the luckiest. Of course, I would assume that Bjulfi is just hoping that the count stops now, but no, you're gonna have to wait for that
Right.
for that Zeus skin. You're not gonna be our lucky winner right now, as the lucky winner will get the
No
AK
way.
headshot. Not bad at all. AK headshot goes to the hands of Zurka.
We like that. We like that. Definitely, if your skin says headshot, does that mean that it's easier for you to hit headshots? So some people swear, even though there's no difference in the code, they really feel like if they've got a naked inventory, their skill drops by 15%. So.
Oh yeah. I got the shuffle settings on, and I definitely feel that some AK skins are better than others. 100%.
There you go.
All right, Collins. Aggressive with the dualies. A solid setup in lower tunnels. Let's see if the T's are going to fall for it, or are they just going to wipe them up with these Glocks? As the CT side wants to make a crunch. The crunch destroyed as Brute Monster as Simca take heads. It's a +2 for 0-10, and that is a nightmare of a pistol for the side of Partizan. They need this. They need a multi-kill, but a multi-kill not going to be found, at least not by the captain. And Cholfo, that's a good angle. That can completely halt any hopes of Partizan retaking it, though he's going to fall, and so is Nemanja. Suddenly a 2v2 and a chance for Partizan to take this pistol.
Yeah, pistol rounds can be so eclectic. You can't really talk about man-up situations. It's not always easy, but Vladen is brought so low, and he is now the last alive. He'll be headshot while jumping. AVN is going to clear him, pluck him out of the sky, grab those dualies, and that's a 9th round. Man, if they just convert this second round win, obviously there will be a CT force buy to contend with. That'll put Zero Tenacity on 10 rounds. That is going to be very significant here. We might not get a chance to have the giveaway for map number 3 if 0-10 just keep on pushing.
Yeah,
also, I'll take this opportunity to once again decry the fact that we have a team with 10 as one of the abbreviations and 0 in their name. And that we already talk about numbers in Counter-Strike. We don't need teams named 500. We don't need teams named 0, 10. We don't need that. That's not a requirement. What was the other one we did? Didn't we have 500 against some other team?
Makes things a bit more difficult, especially with teams like 9. Yeah, how many?
Yes,
rounds
that was it.
got?
It was 500 against 9. I was having a nightmare. Like, what do you even say?
No, it was 9 against Gun 5.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, 5 was involved. That's how I knew. You're right, though, yeah. There's more than I thought. There's more than I could even remember.
Just please stop with the numbers.
I'll take Nut over Gun 5 any day, please.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Simka's going to find Vladen. This is a CT Force. That was an MP9 getting dropped. I mean, that's not insignificant there, but at the very least, Collins will find a refrag. Okay, we're back into it. Chofo jumping through. There's nobody else to contend with him on the long. That's Emmy cleared. We've got that scout. A Mac 10. This is looking really hard for Partizan to hold 3v4.
Yeah, but still a chance because they don't really have a chance to go back to the B bomb side with the current state of affairs as Dragon has pushed quite deep and collected some of the info. It's just a question of what Simka can do in this lurk position with 30 seconds on the clock. They still have a little bit of time to work with, but they should start to hurry up if they want to get to the side. And Kindo has to hit something. That scout is not going to find anything. Dragon's Mac 10 is going to find one, but too far away to collect all of the remaining players. Is going to be the bomb plan and is going to be the round as Dragon really does not stand a chance on long range with the SMG, with Scout waiting and the rifles as well in the hands of Z10 players, just firing away, completely blocking his entry point, and he knows that this is over and done with. He is going to, of course, try and find a few exit frags, as $600 per kill plus taking away a rifle could be of use for his team in the future rounds. But Z10 getting 6 rounds of a lead, that is quite crucial in this current state of affairs, and Dragon's going to be quite happy with that Galil as well.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Remember, he also has an upgraded sidearm he can pass over to a teammate. They're not going to invest into this next round. They just don't have the money. I guess they could force. It's not something we see too often after losing the pistol and the conversion. By the way, I'm pretty sure that means Zero Tenacity won every single pistol round. I know they won the opening on Anubis, I think. They also had chained together a number of rounds going on to the T side. So really rough stuff in the pistols for Partizan in this series so far. They won both on Dust 2, 0-10 are very pleased with that. And yeah, we've got some Deagles purchased. That's about it. I mean, Dragon drops his 5-7 for Kindo. Emmy will just have a USP. They're looking for damage. They're looking for gun recollection. That's pretty much it. Maybe they can be the repo men. And 0-10 will have to pay the piper along the way onto one of these sites. But it should still be an 11th, and that makes it so damn difficult. I mean, Dragon going down in top of mid with a Galil, that gun is unrecoverable. There's not even a chance for you to do anything clever. And Nemanja even fragging through the smoke. You might as well wrap this one up in a bow and hand it over to Zero Tenacity. They are happy with this gift.
Yeah, they're quite close to 11. That's a good hit from Kindo, and you said it's unrecoverable. He might actually get a chance to get a rifle, though. Simkia on his heels and should collect an easy frag, barring some unfortunate timing, which is only going to be on the side of Kindo. Collins falling as well after finding only one. Emmy with the USP puts himself in a 1v2, though really not a situation where you can get overly ambitious. Simka just looking for him. The bomb is going to get planted soon enough, and Emmy's head taken off. It's 11 for Z10.
One of the most recent changes to Dust 2 was letting yourself boost up to the catwalk position. Very nice in some respects for CTs to make a play by themselves. But it was a little bit audacious to do so with only a USP and certainly no armor. Not that it would have mattered at that range anyway, but yeah, happy days for Zero Tenacity. They're able to, looking like they're going to close this one out with relative ease. The last chance for Partizan to fight back is here and now. They lose this one, and they're going to have to force into the next, but Kindo will start proceedings off nicely. The IGL for Zero Tenacity has been felled. That's going to be Nemanja calling the attack from the grave. 4 versus 5. We'll see if these T's can cross their T's, dot their I's. It turns out not quite. Emmy, double fragging. There we go. Multi is in for the defenders, and this 2v5 just got a whole lot harder to piece any damage together at all. And, you know, the long game is what you have to start thinking about, right? Obviously, the money is not great for Zero Tenacity. They're hoping for at least a bomb plan, which seems super unlikely now. But you think about it now, if Partizan keep all 5 alive, they can start chaining together the necessary amount of economy to really start making this comeback a possibility. Right now, we're just talking in theoreticals because nothing has been proven yet, and Partizan need to be the proof.
Yeah, absolutely. Brew Monster, he's going to have to be crisp in this situation to find a frag onto backside, which is not going to happen. He's just going to get chipped a little bit, and that HG grenade is going to put him back on 33 HP, which is not a fortunate turn of events for him, as AVN needs to be the main man if they want to try and find anything here. Getting quite close to walking into Kindo's op scope as he's ready towards short. Brute still ready to fight, even though he's quite low. Let's see if he can find something. Maybe find an opening and let AVN have a chance. Not going to happen. Not just yet. And Kindo takes care of the last Z10 player. It's 5 for Partizan. They're still alive on Dust 2.
They are still alive. Is it life support? Is it starting to be the plug pulled? We'll find out in a round from now, because this one should be nice and easy. There's no investment here that can be. Oh, I say that. They are going to try forcing up. I guess they want to prove the casters wrong and see if they can score series point. It would be mapping series point here. They cross the threshold over to 12. Seems like a very high likelihood, a certainty. Zero Tenacity have so many rounds to work with to continue their lead. But Brute Monster is going to be hitting the deck nice and early. Kindo with really nice impact in these last couple of rounds. Good to see him in action there. There's some good damage thrown down range. And Nemanja is actually going to be charging forward. Oh, Dragon. He's blinded, and Nemanja was too. He charges him with a deagle, and he misses everything. Drew a little outline around him. A comical way to start things off in round 17, but Nemanja is lucky to be alive. He doesn't know it, but he's lucky to be alive.
He's going to continue the good fight. See what he can do with that deagle. Of course, that one Galil in the hands of the Z10 players might bring them something. They just need an opening, and that could give them a chance. We know how Dust 2 looks, and one kill could completely change the complexion of any round, even though, or rather, even when you got some worse for wear equipment, though. Spamming through the smoke is Vladan. Dragon as well, as they're going to take care of all the attackers. AVN, that Constellation, Posthumous, frag with the Molly, not going to do a lot. Simka with the dig, taking care of Kindo. I mean, that's some economic damage for the long run, as Partizan still have a long way to go if they actually want to tie things up. Oh, that shot was quite crisp. And he's still looking for more. Now, tucking his tail is Collins, as he knows that he doesn't want to force a fight. Long range, though, AK wins. It's 6 for the CTs.
Yeah, recovering the op, but they lose 3 players, so their economy is not going to be running away with the game as easy, and that could have ramifications. 0-10 take a little bit longer to charge forward. Some nice shots from Simka, confidence boosters. You're already ahead. And they will be breaking out the Scout and some Glocks. So I think this will be a kind of cute little set piece here with Simka trying to contest Kindo's early stages here. Is good for the tag. If that was an op, obviously he would have moved slower, but that would have been a frag. So that also should feel pretty good, even though he ends up getting domed for it. And we have a nice little man advantage for Partizan yet again. They don't know it, but they're up against Glocks. I think the other thing that getting tagged by a Scout does. Ooh, nice little nades here to eliminate the IGL. But getting tagged by the Scout to that degree does make you feel like, oh, okay, things are all right. It's forced by, but it's actually just blocks here, and all the supporting cast has been dispatched. Brute Monster exits stage left, courtesy of Dragon's MP9. A little bit of farming done for Partizan to try to buttress their economy, and we are going into our next round with 11-7. So that lead's starting to get a little bit more manageable. We can start to think about that comeback a little bit more clearly, but all the rifles are out now. So this is going to be the first proper test here for Partizan.
These two teams faced, if I recall correctly, about a week ago, and Partizan won that best of 3 after 3 maps. It was a close-fought affair, so Z10 really want to pay them back for that defeat. Now, Partizan playing aggressively towards mid. Of course, they don't really want to overstay their welcome. They want to pull back and now just gather intel from the positions they currently hold, as Z10 playing it slow, playing it steady, hoping to catch somebody make a step too far.
If you thought your work schedule was difficult, maybe it is, but 7 best of 3s in as many days sounds absolutely astronomical, because, again, you pointed out, they've dropped 6 best of 3s in a row after winning one. So minimum, they played 7 in 1 week. That's wild. And the thing is, Simka out. So.
All right, we'll talk about the thing later, as Nemanja takes the first frag for his team in this round. Good angle. Let's see what he can do. The B side is held by Vladan. Dragon is going to get domed, but the defense of the B side still holds, as the bomb is in no man's land. Brute Monster, quick flick to tie things up back into a 2-on-2, and a bomb can get planted as the CTs are quite far away from that B bomb site. Still a chance for Z10 to get to match point.
All the utility on Nemanja. This is really important for him to be in that position in B tunnels. And, well, Brute Monster's spotting safely. Nobody's on window. This is so tricky here for the hold. 2v2, B site, hardest site in the game to retake, indeed. And as they push out, I think they might have done it here. The frag is found by Brute Monster. It's only Emmy, and then the quick scope will get him series point. The sniper reigns supreme, 12-7.
And that's a good payback. Remember last map when Kindo got that 1v2 up clutch? Now Brute Monster in the worst possible moment for Partizan, clutching around out and putting 5 match points toward his team. A good chance to end this best of 3 and send Partizan packing into that 0-2 elimination bracket. Oh, good start though from Kindo as the op still does its job. Chofo gets the frag back. Good trade. That's going to spread the defense, and of course the op is quite far away from anybody to pick up.
Yeah, the one good thing you can say is that taking Brute Monster out after that highlight round is a nice way to cut his momentum. And with Nemanja going down, he was the other linchpin of that victory there for Zero Tenacity. Very, very solid play from the IGL. So both of the impact players from the last round going down is actually pretty significant here. Zero Tenacity dealt a raw hand, and Emmy through the smoke is going to add insult to injury. Look at this, Vlad, and just this is my door. I just walked through it. This is my house. You're out. Chofo in a 1-on-4. He starts off well enough by taking control of the B bomb site, but it doesn't look like it's going to be doable for him in any respect. I mean, he's getting flashed before he can even get out of the site. He obviously has the bomb on his back, but that's not going to be enough for him to really affect anything. They're just waiting to hear the bomb plant. You got 4 people just standing outside there waiting for anything. Now he's going to rotate around the world. 45 seconds on the clock, and it will take him about that long to get all the way through long onto the site without dying to all of the members there. So rough stuff here for Zero Tenacity. They are stuffed once again, but this will be an 8th round for Partizan. It's only a question of how much damage Chofo can do as he exits long. Not being watched. All right, there we go.
Partizan holding on to dear life in this best of 3 as still 4 rounds need to be chained together to get us to overtime. Though, I mean, theoretically speaking, Pronogo, they need to win like against 2 full buys. That's about it. They win this round, they're already on 10. They win the next one, and Z10 is in a position where all the momentum is actually on the side of Partizan, and that's something you really want if you're on the side of the steamroller, as their nickname is. Kindo gets the first frag. Of course, this should be a cleanup as only Glocks are on the side of Z10. Easy as you like. Kindo with the USP. And actually a smoke kill. That's not something you see every day. And Simke is the only one to remain. Burst fire Glock not going to do anything. 3 more rounds left to be taken.
I always root for the burst fire users, but they never get anything done. Must be like skill issue or something. Can't be that it's just terrible. Zero Tenacity are talking their options over now as we get deeper into Dust 2. Realistically speaking, this could be the final round. Every round could be the final round here. But we could also have extra rounds, right? You mentioned the full buys. Yeah, there's no op this time around. Brute Monster obviously having a highlight with it. It's double op set up for Partizan instead. So multiple snipers. Dragon reprising his role as that. Let's see, as we wait for freeze time to expire, what the game plan is going to be for Zero Tenacity. They've got a nice little spawn there for Simka, but again, no sniper in play means that unlikely to be that long rush. Though it hasn't really been a factor in this series for either side on the tees. So that could be a late resurgence for it at another round. Right now we have a bit of a slower take. Going to be more measured, more relaxed. And Kindo and Dragon staffing both sites. Mid is really the only quote-unquote weak point. And the rotations can be pretty quick for the riflers. That being said, Collins has been spotted out. He's going to continue jumping back and forth. He dodges the HEs at the very least. And has done some damage to Chofo with his own. So looking all right here for Partizan. No early trades either way, but they're going to be happy with this arrangement.
They're holding on so far so well. A bit of utility damage already dealt. Nemanja gets chipped to 68 HP. Of course, still battle ready, as 68 is more than enough to go into a gunfight. Oh, that was a dink and a half. Collins might be in trouble. He's going to get dinked. His position known, located, and Brute Monster is going to dome him. That's an important entry kill for the side of Z10. Now Partizan need to fire back. They need to frag back if they want to stay in this. Emmy does just that, but he falls right away as they maintain that one-man lead. Still, though, 2 players low. Kindo misses his flick, but that op on short is going to keep them at bay. It's maybe going to funnel them toward B, and that's exactly what Partizan want at the moment. There's the double op as Dragon hits his shot, misses the second, but Vladan quick on the rotate, and it's only Chofo on his feet. He's going to get taken out, no question about it. It's 10 for Partizan.
Yeah, it was really good for Kindo to crack off the shot on short because they knew then, okay, B is open. There's not going to be a sniper there. Oh, wait, double up setup. That's the trap card Partizan played in the late round. Good head up play there from Dragon. Steadies his aim, gets the first frag, because that looked really scary. It looked like Zero Tenacity were going to start to run away with things a little bit differently, but not quite able to make the B split happen. Held at an arm's length. And no bomb plant, it's just going to be pistols. They're chaining together quite a few rounds now, Partizan, and they have to in order to extend play here. Zero Tenacity need to find that tenacity. First frag is found by Emmy. No surprises there. Long, not a favorite angle for Tech9s. Eagles can be a different story, but Dragon posting up with the AK-47. It's another little mind game. Are they still using that secondary sniper? Is that still in play? That's something you got to be factoring in. Oh, but Dragon's got his head factored out of the round. Nemanja demands more, and look at that damage, and of course the HE. Vladan almost got destroyed in the process, but that certainly spreads the defense thin, and he's got 12 points of health to work with. Simka charging forward. This could be the heartbreaker. The pistol-based round for the win. This could be Zero Tenacity clearing the server of Partizan for their 7th best-of-3 loss in a row.
Yeah, let's see if that's actually going to happen. Bomb planted. Partizan still a man up, but that man has only 12 HP. Simka on the peak. That dig is not going to do anything as Vladan hits no scope. Now in trouble. The CTs pouring in toward that A bomb site. Only Tech9's in hand. Let's see if AVN can do something close quarters. Not finding anything as Kindo takes him down, and they know where Brute Monster is. Triple peeking him and getting 11 again. We're going to have all 24 rounds, maybe even more.
It does feel like maybe even more. I mean, obviously Zero Tenacity with the bomb plan and the max loss, they are going to be able to invest fully into this round. They'll have Brute Monsters op. They'll have plenty of utility. Nemanja heroics with the Deagle open things up. If he had been able to finish the job onto Vladan, there would be no scope. There would be no miraculous entry onto short. I think it really came down to that was a very winnable round. Obviously 3v4 and no rifles doesn't favor you as Zero Tenacity, but I'd say the odds were maybe 1 in 4 times you play that through. It's a 0-10 victory. It actually ends up being miraculously good for Partizan as they don't end up dropping any player from the 3v4 position. So kept plenty of money alive, plenty of rifles intact. Now our last round of regulation. Minute 30. Brute Monster and Chofo so very low from the early utility exchanges. That factors in marvelously for Partizan, but it's unconfirmed damage.
Yeah, so far, but that's a lot of unconfirmed damage. You don't really care if it's unconfirmed as to yet. It's going to play a part. And we can expect that to happen. Though the CTs, they've used a big chunk of their utility so far. Vladan, that's a meaty HE that hit his legs. Put him down to 59. They need this round, and they know it. Nemanja walks into that molly, and that's a bit more chip damage, though he finds the first frag. That was a good flash. And Collins hits the deck. That's going to spread the defense thin. Vladan firing back, but they're going to need to find more, and he's going to get traded right away. Is this the end of this best of 3? That has given us a lot so far. Map number 1 ended 13-11 to the favor of Z10. They're hoping to do the same on Dust 2. But still undecided as to where they want to go, putting pressure towards A. but their final destination is going to be B, and Kindo with an all-to-do round with Emmy on their heels. Will he be quick enough? Kindo,
Oh,
bad timing. That's the site that belongs to Z10, and that was not enough from Emmy as one kill was only found. Dragon in a 1v3 picking up the M4. That's the smart play right there, especially given the HP on the side of Z10, but he has to collect a lot of ground, check a lot of angles. He wants to clutch this one out. Possibly the heartbreak for Partizan as they might lose both maps 13-11, and that's going to be the case. Z10 moving to the 1-1 bracket, and we will see Partizan in the elimination 0-2 part of the Swiss stage.
heartbreaking indeed for Partizan. They get all the way to the finish line, all the way to the OT line, and they are not able to cross it. Zero Tenacity yoink it at the very end. And it was obviously 4 in a row, and before that, 7 or 8 of the last, 7 of the last 8. That's really significant there for Partizan to have chained together. It shows a lot of poise. It ironically shows a lot of tenacity, but at the end of the day, ZT just needed that one round, and so they are able to finally do it, making us work for our dollars here today. And paid by the round might be the case for players of Zero Tenacity. You see Vladen taking home the map MVP. That's both maps going the way of Zero Tenacity, but the map MVP is going the way of Partizan. So who's the real winner, Yuba?
I mean, it's it's a consolation prize. I don't think the players pay too much attention to that, given the fact that they've lost this best of 3. And I said before how much weight was on it. Of course, the expectations were there, especially Partizan winning the previous time these two teams faced, not winning a map this time. Of course, we're gonna see them fight each other out throughout this year, so it is gonna be fun to see this unfold. But Z10, you're getting the upper hand in a very important match. Of course, I've already mentioned putting Partizan on a 0-2 scoreline after they lost unexpectedly so to Forza Reload. And Partizan, now they need to think things through. They changed their coach a while ago, or rather like a week ago. Some things are going to have to be done because this is a poor stretch of form, losing best of 3s, barely winning a map. I don't think they won a map in the best of 3s they've been playing, or rather these 7 best of 3s in a row that they've lost. So it is something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Not only do they need to keep the grind going, they need to change things up. I'm not talking about literal roster change, but a style of approach, because the problem is every time I've seen them so far, they were just a bit too sloppy in some of the important rounds.
Yes, it's sloppy play, it's chaotic play, and it can make for fun Counter-Strike, but nobody's having fun when you're losing 7 series in a row. So some kind of drawing board needs to be returned to for the boys in Belgrade. We see which team is the better batch from Belgrade, in fact, with the fact that we have Zero Tenacity moving forward. And like you said, the rivalry will be interesting to keep tabs on. So looking forward to the next time these two duke it out. Maybe it's once a week at this point, so you never know at this rate of Counter-Strike. But we do have one more series for us here, don't we?
Yeah, it's going to be Monte versus Flux. A very interesting best of 3 is ahead of us, and I'm very curious to see how both teams are going to look. Both teams have played some solid CS, a lot of aggressive CS. Of course, Monte coming in as the favorites, but Flux, no slouches, as they've had a few, I don't want to say solid finishes, but definitely solid matches in the previous few weeks. So I'm very curious to see how that best of 3 is going to look. Again, it is the 0-1 bracket, so one team will be going to that 1-1 bracket a bit more comfortable. The other team, of course, in a lot of trouble because their next match is going to be of course, elimination match, and a lot of ground to cover if you actually want to make it to the playoffs. Of course, that match is going to be in an hour and a half, so we're going to go on a long break, and we'll be back with our second best of 3 of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It was a long break. We went to have lunch, we went for a walk. There was so much time, and now we're ready to cast some Counter-Strike. Fire, Flux, and Monte are the two next teams that will be in line to play a best of three today in Galaxy Battle Phase 2. It is a 0-1 bracket, so it is of utmost importance for a team to actually win this, lest you want to be in the elimination bracket from the very start of the competition. Luba and Pronogo here to bring you all the action. And Pronogo, how are we looking at this match? Because, I mean, we know both of the teams, and we know that even though they got a few solid players and they can actually frag, they're also not the teams that you would expect to go the deepest in this competition, right?
Yeah, I think especially that's true for Fireflux. A lot of people will still, funnily
Yeah.
enough, even though it's been so long since the Blast Paris Major, people will still be kind of up on Monty. They are obviously an organization that's been, at the very least, in this tier 2 space, been a team that has punched above their weight and occasionally even upset some of the more established rosters. But I do think that what you're saying is true. This is a lineup that is a little bit new look. This is not a time tested lineup for Monty, and the same is kind of true for Fireflux. They got some interesting, dynamics that we were talking about before the broadcast began for this particular series. We were talking about how Banjo, the lone Finn on the roster, means that they can't just speak in Turkish, as Fireflux do have Skrunk, but German and Turkish ancestry can sometimes be dual, and so there's quite a possibility he speaks Turkish as well. Just an interesting little variable, but either way, English seems to be the dominant language there. Meanwhile, obviously Monty, they've got quite a haphazard mix of players themselves, but most notably Afro, formerly of Fnatic. And here we have Mirage and Train with Dust2 as a potential decider. If this is a 2-0 series, well, we are going to have unique maps all day long, which isn't I would say that's aspect. I like the idea of sticking it out on Train, but hey, Dust2 does loom as the decider and will be there if these two teams can't get it over the finish line on their opponent's map pick. Starting off, of course, on Mirage, a map that we haven't seen yet today, even though we've been seeing some of the other dusty maps. So we're getting the whole sandstone rotation here, Yuba.
Oh yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what Mirage is going to look like, given that we did not see it in the previous best of three that we had a chance to cast. Of course, starting on Mirage, CT side pick for the side of Monte, as of course they had the opportunity to pick the sides. It is rare that we get something unexpected in those terms. I'm quite curious to see what the setup is going to look like, but a big lean towards B, especially given the fact that Fireflux have already got a dink in a goosh towards Gizmy that's left on 11 HP. Now, what is the plan for the T's?
Oh, slightly slower pistol round than what we've seen so far today. A very welcome change of pace. We are going to have Fireflux moving on in, but it's Gimsy to start us off here. And wow, okay, Afro's even going to control the spray on the dualies. Oh, he's just driving them by, bullet after bullet, aimed for the head and hit. Skrunk is the sole survivor of this massacre with no bomb near him and a couple of enemies within range if he wants to start a 1 versus 5, but it's not going to happen. Ryu finishes the job, and would you look at that? A clean sweep pistol round.
So far, like on most maps, from what we've got a chance to cast in the past few weeks, if you don't go double dualies on the CT side pistol, it's almost like you're trolling. It is so effective, so efficient, and just spamming that left click could cause some incredible damage towards the opponents.
It's always at its funniest, in my opinion, or maybe just most satisfying when you get the first frag and it's really belabored. But at the end, you just go ahead and one tap 2 players after. Exactly what happened there for Afro. So he's going to farm up that cash on the pistol and enjoy that into the next. Rifles galore. There's a couple MP9s here that Ryu will be able to use to catch Banjo off guard in mid. But hey, the T's are already on to the A bomb site. They will get a bomb plant here. Potential for more force by victory wars if Fireflux are able to actually convert here, or at the very least do some damage. So this next fight has a lot on riding on it.
This could be quite crucial. His rotate is going to, or rather his backstab is going to come very, very quickly, and the CTs are not looking toward that position. That could be big, but his teammates are falling down one by one. Skrunk needs a multi-kill. First foul, but not anything other than that. It looked great, but the Tech-9 can be a foul mistress sometimes, and he had a chance to take more than one, only one, and he was done. It's 2-0 for the side of Monte to start Mirage.
Yeah, pretty easy stuff so far for the Ukrainian-based organization. We'll see how much more value they need to grab in this early first three. Because with the bomb plant and a little bit of damage, only one player going down, I think it's very clear that Fireflux are going to be just investing a little bit of a half buy here. Not enough for a full purchase. They don't want to force down to the last dollar in case they don't get a bomb plant and don't get much damage. That would be the worst outcome. And, well, they're going to go for the Tech 9s instead. Monte on the defense. They gave up the A site and just retook it. Not a bad move. And now that's kind of a similar situation with rotations coming out. It's only Rio. He's not checked yet, but really the bigger problem here is that, Dougie and Paz have taken care of business. It's a flurry of frags that come alive on the A site. Just down to Haji and Gizmi. They got to get the hell out of Dodge, man. Not when you've given up 2 rifles can you attempt something like this, but it looks like they might be interested in at least seeing if they can get some early pressure. This is so dangerous.
Yeah, look at the HP on the side of Fireflux. Still a chance for Monte, but they need to speed this up. They need to find the next few frags quite quickly, and that was Soulfly to finish things off. There was not a chance for the side of Monte. Fireflux fighting back, and that's gonna do a lot of work good for their economy because they've got 4 rifles in the previous round, and all that money is just left to spend in the remainder of this half, rather in the next few rounds, should things go worse for wear. So that was a golden round from Fireflux and also leaves Monte in a very difficult position financially. 3 SMGs, 2 M4s, just scattering here and there a few grenades in the utility belts of their players, and of course they need to go aggressive. That's why you see them on the minimap, 3 players towards mid, and now going to the A bomb site again. Fireflux just piling the pressure toward this part of the map, and they're piling themselves towards it, just cleaning it up, though not so efficiently, because 4 kills go to the side of Monte, and this hold is holding only Dougie remaining, but 28 points of help means this round is all but over, as 2 players are coming right behind him. It's just going to be an execution and a 3rd round for Monte.
That was really, I would say, I said break it out at least once per day when I'm on the cast. Man, this is squeaky bum time, that round for Monte. They needed to hold this line and make sure they didn't lose too many players, or they would have just been reset. Like, Fireflux absolutely was able to potentially tie things up and then still have an economic advantage after. So good salvage on the side of the defense. And now it's 5 A1Ss. That's a kind of a rare sight. You usually see a Moss or an Op or something like that. The 5 rifle squads is usually the AKs on the T side, but instead it'll be Dougie on the Op for Fireflux, looking to stage forward a little bit more aggressively towards the B-bomb site. This will be the first time we've really seen it pressured since the pistol round. Skrunk also trying to get some value. It's not going to happen, but Lean gets traded elsewhere. So at the very least, that will allow the T's to maybe split the defense. They haven't really been playing slow, though, Yuba, and look at that. Apparently, they don't need to. As the old school, he's going to be breaking up in the new school and getting them out of dodge. Gizmi goes down, and suddenly the defense is a lot more compromised.
Yeah, but they're risking it. They're sending another player towards B, and Ryu with the quick rotate. Don't count Monte out just yet, because if Fireflux pounds toward this site, it could be a slaughter fest. Though they do have a good amount of utility to work with. A few grenades to clean a few angles. Haji has been seen, and that might be information enough for Fireflux to maybe change their minds and go towards the other site. As we can see on the minimap, they set their sights toward mid. Off-road could be the next point of contact. What is the plan for the side of Fireflux with less than 30 seconds on the clock? They're going to need to speed this up a bit. But from the grenades thrown, they still want to go towards B. Let's see if Monte can defend this. They got to find the kills quickly. They need to get to the site. There's Afro. There's one, and there's the other. He gets cleaned up afterwards, but he has teammates on the site. He has a good backing, and Paz, the only one to remain, looking for the second frag. That spray transfer could have been fantastic, but in the end, it was not to be. It is 4 for Monte.
Yeah, and a lot of damage dealt, of course, but Fireflux need to start stacking these rounds. They're down by 3, And this can get away from you faster than you think, man. This was such a good heads-up play from Afro. I loved that as soon as Hadji got spotted, they immediately communicated to each other. Must be the fact that they're both French or something. Sacre bleu, they spotted me. Let's go down to Catwalk and see if we can hold it from there. And Afro did dutifully clear Connector. He obviously cleared the bottom and middle there. So it worked out really nicely for him to have that map control in a space where they needed something to equalize the fact that they were down a man. And now the money is once again broken. No bomb plant. Fire Flux have to go down to pistols, and it's just not looking too hot for this Turkish organization. They are struggling a little bit to make matters happen on their own map pick, no less.
Yeah, not looking good to start things out. They had a few opportunities to get themselves in the league and lead and maybe even bounce a few rounds to their advantage. In the end, it's only one that they got so far. Now the Deagles trying to find something, a deco, other than Dougie's Glock. Just trying to do some damage so far. Not good, though, as they barely fired off a few shots, though. They're looking for space. They're looking for their first frag, and the opener could be crucial. I always say when you got Deagles in your hands, it could spiral towards your victory sometimes, but not to be this time, as they're just going to get cleaned up. And Dougie, the last one alive, is going to hit the ground as well. It is 5 for Monte. Doing quite well so far are the favorites, as they are, of course, about 30 places in front of Fireflux in the VRS rankings. Or rather, just 20.
Yeah, honestly, I look at this personally, and I think Monte are definitely, solid favorites in the sense that if Fireflux win, it wouldn't be 2-0, right? Like, Monte are guaranteed a map here, it feels like. But for, Mirage to be the one that Fireflux picks into them, this is a map where if your aimers are awake, it kind of doesn't matter what tactics you've got planned, at least at this level. Maybe at the super high level of Counter-Strike, you can talk about tactically outplaying somebody on Mirage, but listen, even the best teams fear some of these tier 2 squads on a map like this. So you got to watch out for those aimers. Dougie pretty burrowed in here. Hadji will have the opportunity to clear him, but Dougie gets the better. So there you have it. First opening in a little bit, and on a rifle round, no less, for Fireflux. They're going to double up onto it. Lean is taken out of the picture, and if Ryu doesn't clear him Banjo and get away, oh, he's not going to. Skrunk will finish the job. That basically seals the deal. We got an MP9 on the site, and Afro will be left holding the op at the end.
Gizme, what do you got? MP9 in hand. He's going to have to try something sneaky and find a multi-kill. But will he even have a chance? Will he be cleared on time? That is the main question. Afro just doesn't have to die, though. Oof, Gizme, in the end, seen by Paz. And that is the end of this round. Fireflux biting back. And I'm not a fan of what they did toward B Apartments. Just clearing it with one player, not even a chance for a trade. Yeah. I didn't see. I think there was no flash thrown. Yeah, right. Yeah. If you want to clear that part of the map, especially when you got another player sitting in van, you probably want to throw a flash, get some more map control. And that could have done really much for the side of Monte. In this case, just Afro collecting an exit frag and nothing more than that. Of course, those few small mistakes they've made, that can always come back to haunt you, even when you're, of course, in an advantageous result.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when it comes to, bottom line, it really comes down to whether or not you get that flashbang, right? And so there was no utility here. I don't know if that was miscommunication or what, but Afro was scoped up for some kind of refrag. And, I mean, you're counting on, being able to get the initial hit, but that is not what happened whatsoever. Hadji goes down empty-handed, and it kind of leaves Monte in an impossible situation, right? So, well, they are going to end up capitulating one more round, but they're still 3 to the better. And if they score a couple more here on the half, they'll be pretty comfortable about it. Fireflux have 5 rifles. Afro's op was, of course, carried over between the previous round, and they still had enough money to invest properly. Although, worth pointing out, only 2 kits. Oh, and look at that. Afro needs to not just trade, but get out of dodge before the hurt comes in. At the very least, lean in middle confirms that they can go back into connector and bide their time. Retaking A is a lot easier than some of the other sites in the game.
Absolutely. As soon as the smoke fades, or rather is broken, they can get a few kills, and they do just that. Bomb not planted. And now a world of trouble for the side of Fireflux. They have absolutely no control. Dougie fell, Skrunk a bit late on the flank, and they know his exact position. They don't even need to fight him. There is a minute on the clock, and Gizmi's just going to peek him to secure the 6th round for Monte. I don't want to say that it was sloppy for the side of Fireflux. Sometimes you get just tunnel vision, and you think that having a smoke is like having a wall. But Counter-Strike 2, ladies and gentlemen, that smoke breaks, and you're in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. One of the more dynamic aspects of Counter-Strike 2 is the fact that they do allow you to break those smokes. They are not a guarantee. I think Valve was also hoping on a game design level. You know, I'm a bit of a game designer myself, so I know a little bit about this thing. But Spider-Man memes aside, I will point out that they do have the shotgun spread that blows open the smoke more often, right? And I think they did envision, yeah, you could use shotguns to temporarily blow open smokes. Isn't that epic? And honestly, if they buff it up a little bit to be even more pronounced than it currently is, that might end up being a niche play in certain positions, but not on a map like Mirage. I mean, what are you going to do? Blow it open in, connector? I don't think so.
Sometimes, Counter-Strike is like that Uno meme. Like, you made the game, let us play it.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So let's find out. Oh, Dougie was posted up. Probably one of the most whack names that I can remember here, but he's fragged 2 players before getting put down by Afro. This is a funky buy that Fireflux have put together. So I'm gonna say Firefly about 10 million times this cast, by the way, guys.
Probably.
Just bear with me here.
Sorry to the organization.
No, get
Let's
better.
see. Yeah, get better name. Yeah, all right. Let's see what Gizmi can do. He's going to be in trouble, though. He has Afro as a support. Not going to see the gun barrel just yet. Needs to be careful. Sees the shoulder. No. Ooh, that was a bit late, but manages to find the flick and control things. It's a 3-on-3. Now Ryu needs to be tested and needs to pass the test. Finds the first. Looking for the second and finds him as well. There's Paz now in a 1v2. A lot of space to work with, but he doesn't know the position of both players, as he knows that there was one towards B, but not about the other. With 40 seconds on the clock, he does have room to maneuver. Of course, the bomb on his back is a helping hand, though. Now he could be anywhere, as the Monte players cannot exclude any position. Afrosine gets taken out, and now things are starting to be very complicated. Let's see if Paz's experience can come into fruition. There is a molly to stop Gizmi, and he's ready with the op. There's the flick, and there's the 3rd round for Fireflux.
I thought that was dialed in for Monte for sure, but they had awkward positioning for that kind of take. We saw, I don't know what was paralyzing Afro so much in mid-window here, but it must have been some kind of misread about where Fireflux's last players were. Ryu, obviously, heroic hold in connector to get 2 here, getting run down by multiple players. But unfortunately, he left Paz alive, and Paz just knows things, right? He knows that, if you're sitting there on top of the little barrister and you're going to get smashed by the op crunch, not going to work out for you. Afro was kind of bobbing and weaving between his pistol and his op. Didn't know which one to pull out, and now he's only got a pistol to use. So Haji with the Soul Deagle, everybody else on the USP. We'll have to see where this round goes, but I'm guessing into the coffers of Fireflux.
It seems to be the case with that one Deeg. Not sure that Monte can do much, though. Never completely discount that hand
they're stacked
cannon
onto the B side, so.
Oh, yeah, well, that's with the expectation that Fireflux bite on it and actually go towards it. Like, usually when you use, like, a stack like that, I liked the idea of maybe sending a player toward the other side of a map just to make some noise. Maybe, of course, your margins are still slim, but you might find a way to funnel them toward the stacked site. Not going to be the case, as Fireflux is just going to waltz their way toward the A bomb site, plant the bomb, and grab number 4.
Yep. Maybe Haji can look for some damage, but unlikely to find any weaponry. Of course, Banjo on the MAC-10 can be somebody dispatched for Fireflux to try to clean up some of these CTs. Lean had a shot, but it was only the USP. I feel like I've been looking at Soulfly on Turkish rosters for such a long time too, but he's only 20 years old, man. He's
Yeah.
a young gun still.
Well, for a long time, Soulfly was touted to be one of their biggest talents especially during his time in Sangal. That's a nice shot from Haji.
Yeah, Sangol is definitely where I recognize that name. And there you have it, Haji taking one head, but it was only the Mac 10, and even if it wasn't, it's gun not retrievable. So he'll take the
Oh, you
$300 and
wanna
pocket it, but oh,
you wanna hear a weird fun fact? We casted Partizan in
let's
the
hear it.
previous best of three, so it comes from that. In League of Legends, they're actually not called Partizan Esports. They have a partnership with Sangal that we've mentioned previously. It's a weird connection, though.
Yeah, that's kind of curious. I mean, there was that period of time, and it might even still be the case, that Sangal are more on the Swedish side of Counter-Strike
Yeah.
now, which is just a weird pivot from being a Turkish majority org in terms of the players. So, it's kind of like how some people think Fnatic is still Swedish. They're actually a British organization and always have been in terms of their ownership. But, it's funny finding out where all these countries or all these companies reside. Now, Afro will get the
Yeah.
first pick, but this round is still very
Oh.
active. Banjo lurking in the smoke. He's going to clear Haji completely. And, well, that is going to open things up for Fire Flux, especially as Banjo doubles up. There's no way he should have been good for that second frag. And somehow Dougie goes through the fire, clearing Ryu immediately. These are absolutely implacable frags. How would you even guess these? There's no way one would predict that kind of move, but apparently that's all Fireflux need for a fifth, and we could be on for a tied half. Look at the money.
That could be quite interesting. As Monte seemed for a moment there to be in the driver's seat of this map, but they're going to have to wait to test the tempo when they actually get to the T side and get to actually test it by themselves. A very puggy sort of play from the side of Fireflux. A few things going into their favor, mostly individually. Like you get boosted towards window in the smoke, you wait for the smoke to fade, and at that point it's a 50-50 duel, judging from the players' positions. And then afterwards they get two important kills just off of individual prowess alone. Something we expected from Fireflux, something that paid dividends so far. 3 rounds chained together by their side.
Yeah, well played for sure, and they have an opportunity to make it 4, especially against this awkward buy from Monte. If they are able to secure the CT side victory on the half, that does bode well for them, as there are no slouches on the T side. They have been known to be pretty aggressive, but it kind of feels like they lost that spark that was giving them some of those uncharacteristic rounds where Fireflux were just getting a little bit overwhelmed in the chaos. We haven't really seen that same level of coordination, for example, between Afro and Haji. Obviously, a quiet game from Gizmi, including a couple of whiffs. Ryu, an unfortunate capitulation on the A site last round. Doesn't really add any nice colors to their setup. And now this looks like a pretty forward A presence where the utility isn't quite there. Banjo's going to immediately decapitate Haji. At the very least, Ryu will answer back. Redemption for the last round, but it has to be more than that, and it is. Paz going down is absolutely monumental here, as Fireflux in a 3-on-4 need to absolutely crunch on some site or another. They just don't have map control to do that.
No control at all. It seems that Monte have what it
no.
takes. Soulfly just saw the shoulder of the player, and now it seems that Monte are in control, though Soulfly brings it back to a 3v3. There's still something to play with here for the side of Fireflux, as they seem to be quite interested in that A-bomb site. When I said that, I saw Soulfly go through underpass Skrunk at his heels, so it is seemingly a B take, which for the time being seems like a good choice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they can overwhelm the two defenders here, Ryu will be such a long rotation away. Slightly flubbed smoke, but Afro's utility will get the job done and let him abate his hold from short, instead pushing on forward. He spots 2. He gets 1. Dougie's down. That's the offer gone for Fireflux. This is now a 2v2 on the site. Oh my god, he's good for a first and a second. But Soulfly will eventually trade it back. Can this young gun do much? No. The answer is no. Ryu and Lean staying alive and finishing the job after a bit of a quiet start for those players. Gives me obviously on the bottom is a little bit rough, but we've seen those kinds of things happen to players before, and the state of British CS could use a little bit of a facelift, just like North America, as a matter of fact. And now, who's going to get a facelift for their inventory? That's the question. So close to the Night Wish, but a different kind of night. Or Roma Como UA.
All right. Nice job on getting the skin. The Night Terror, of course, solid skin if you're a bit worse for wear when it comes to your inventory. Always nice to have something extra, something a bit more shiny than just the default skins. Moving on to the second half, it is 7-5 at the half as Monte clinched that last round of the first half. Of course, they will now be playing on the offensive side, get tested, and we're going to see what they're going to bring us. They're coming in as favorites into this best of three. We already spoke about that. Afro shooting quite nicely with that op on the CT side. That's going to have to transition to the T side as well. 14 frags after 12 rounds. Now, that's a pretty nice statistic to have.
Love to see that. Let's see if the pistol round can go any better for Fireflux this time around. Realistically, getting a frag would be better if you guys remember how that one started. But obviously, they're looking for a victory here so they can chain together two, tie us up, and get into the rifle rounds on even terrain. Monte, though, going to be leading the charge onto the A site with one round to their better. Some of their individuals have time to wake up on the T side. Ryu going to be very far forward on top of the garbage can. As we have the bomb down, this will be a 5-man retake. We see this from time to time in pistols. It's not immediately out of the ordinary, but I love the forward positioning here for Monte. It's going to be really hard for Fireflux to get in here.
Oh, yeah. They have a lot of control, and these Glocks on close range can do a lot of damage, and so they do.
Yeah.
Ryu finds 3. Oh, that was quick. That was fast. That was decisive, and a 4K to end the round. That's 8 for Monte.
Well, look at that. You can't do any better, apparently. Fireflux struggling. They don't take a single frag in either pistol. And this is some pretty significant stuff here for Monte. They win both pistols, and they won the half previously. This is maximum chances for them to steal away their opponent's map pick and perhaps make it look more convincing than that first half initially had us believe. But we'll have to see how their T side develops, because we've got 3 Galils, 2 AKs. They can go with pace, or they can go it slow and drain the limited utility from the CT4 spy. It's 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Skrunk and Paz, the only members of Fireflux that actually have it on their person, and at least as of right now, it's a lighter presence towards the A site, hoping for some kind of B rush, but Monte are a little bit more methodical than that.
Yeah, they're going to play slow. Just test the waters, take control of the territory needed, and also find out what Fireflux got when it comes to equipment as well. They can guess that it could be a force buy, but of course it's more often not a 50-50. Soulfly finds the first kill, gives me in trouble. That Galil, will it find anybody? The answer is no. During that gunfight, the T's have managed to find their way toward the A bomb site, but still 2 men at a disadvantage and a bomb not yet planted. Not going to be easy for Monte to convert.
One of the AKs was dropped over as well. Unfortunately for Monte, they lost lean to a drive-by Soulfly with an MP9, so doesn't work out very well for them. And, well, at this point, it almost doesn't matter who's been having a quiet game or not. Ryu, though, doubling up, and Haji doing even better. All of a sudden, everything crumbles, and Banjo, the last alive, oh, he struggles, but he will finish Afro after getting the jump on him. It's just almost impossible for him to do much more. Ryu's so low. Oh, well, hold on. Haji's also very low, but they don't know that. Damage either not communicated or not confirmed, and that will be a 9th round for Monte, with Banjo barely escaping with his life. Okay, chaos here in round number 14. That was tough, man. I was thinking about how, like, some of these players on Fireflux have been struggling on the statistical department. They haven't really done their best, but they might not really have many more opportunities, right? Like they're facing double digits here with no real money here, so not much of an investment going to come through.
Absolutely. They got to think about the next round and try and do something with it. Of course, that MP9 and these 2 Deagles might actually do some sort of damage, but We can't really expect them to steal away around so easily. If that MP9 was an M4, that could have been a chance. In this case, not so much, as Afro, how is he even alive in this position, in this situation, as he was fired upon by a few players still on his feet? Haji is the one on the Monte side that died, with a man advantage and, of course, the weaponry advantage. The side of Monte just needs to group up and go toward a site, swarm it, and should be an easy round for them. As you said, double digits soon await them.
Yeah, especially with all three defenders left alive here towards the A site. Bit of a gamble. No weaponry recovered. Maybe they can work towards that. Oh, they're going to try to face all at once, and they are doing pretty well at isolating the angles, but Ryu's still doubling up. Such a menace on the T side, and obviously had a couple of good rounds there on the first half as well. He has really come into his own as one of the top fraggers. I love that he even decided to use the HE to knock some of the weaponry further away, making it much more difficult for Banjo to make something happen here. Afro at the flank, and the MAC-10 will get an extra piece of money. There you go. 6 bills for French Opper. I have to echo what you said earlier, the fact that Afro stayed alive so long on 30 health or whatever it was. It's just, Haji going down there is a get down, Monsieur President kind of moment. Like, how does he go down instead of Afro?
Well, helping out a squad mate. And up in the hands of Dougie is going to have to do some work in this round. Fireflux have a bye, but they're going to have to put it to use, put it to work if they want to find something. Paz saw a player, and now the attack commences toward A. Paz might be in trouble as he's been seen himself. He's going to find a frag. A lot of damage dealt already to the T's, and they're going to get cleaned up, swept away. Lean doing something, but Haji alone in a 1v3. Not going to be easy, and not even a bomb on his back. He's going to have to isolate these duels, but they want to double peek him from CT once they know his exact location. Molly and an HE, maybe to try and chunk somebody down with that utility damage, but his margins are quite slim as he does not even know the exact positions of his enemies. Now his position known, and he's going to get taken out. It's 6 for Fireflux. Mirage could still be theirs.
Could still be. That is their map pick. They need to show us a better clinic on the CT side than what they've been doing so far. And to their credit, I mean, Paz has been a standout player this map. I don't know what's been going on with him, what he's been eating today, but to get him onto 10 frags has been a labored effort for the rest of his squad. He ended up, honestly, single-handedly winning several rounds for Fireflux. This would look a lot more dire for this Turkish organization if, Monte didn't have to contend with that kind of veterancy. That being said, I think some of that blame for that last round has to be leveled on Haji. I know he didn't clutch the 1-on-4 turned 1-on-3, but he really took his time clearing Sandwich after multiple calls should have come through saying there's a player there. And so the fact that Paz gets another frag after Haji's already cleared him, I know he's probably flashed and such, but that's a rough time there. On its face, it looks like a little bit of a missed opportunity to maybe make that playable. It would have been a 2-on-3 instead of a 1-on-4 turned 1-on-3. So just some stuff to think about. But as we get deeper in, round 17, Monte still comfortably on 10 digits. They also have Afro on the sniper, with Haji apparently paying for his crimes by using the Tech 9. But of course, the first pick going the way of Monte is catastrophic news for Fireflux. Now their defense is going to be spread thin, 2 to a site. It really is down to Monte, however they want to take this. They've got a little bit of utility left.
They're readying that split toward A. Let's see if the CT's got what it takes. Oh, deleted, annihilated by Ryu. Is Crunk and Paz in a very uncomfortable situation. He needs a multi-kill. I would say even more than 2 before he gets taken out, but they didn't check him. They don't know. There might still be a chance. There's one looking for the other, but Lean is ready and takes him down. And it's only Banjo on his feet. Bomb planet right now, and it's 11 to the side of Monte, as they might be even looking for that rifle, trying to take it out of Banjo's cold dead hands. Of course, they don't really have the money to commit so many players to this hunt, but why not? check a few angles, see where Banjo resides, and maybe try and steal away this gun, which, I thought was
Ooh.
going to happen. Haji not reacting on time, but Afro is, and it's 11 for Monte.
Yeah, and keeping 3 alive here is fine for Monte. I mean, similar idea to how, if you think about it, CTs want to keep 3 alive as well. And that's because of the fact that they can drop guns for the majority of the players. They only have to drop 2. Same sort of thing happening here for Monte when you're a low econ T. It's similar ideas, especially when you have the bomb plant and the round victory to boot. Okay, well, Monte on for map point. If they are able to clear this one, it is another rifle buy. Some concessions, no kits, limited utility. Of course, an MP9 for Dougie after his destruction on the hands of Afro earlier. Oh, that's a nice little trade, though. Gizmy kind of getting jiggled on by Soulfly, but their opportunity was there for a late response. Haji not able to equalize. And look at that flick from Afro. That's going to be good enough. Taking Paz out of the fight before he can mount much of an attack. So 4-on-4, map control. Afro's gone though. Soulfly striking again. Impact player at this point. Oh, they're just feeding him. Connector is going to be his domain. You give him too much confidence. Doesn't matter what the scoreline looks like. He's going to feel good about taking these aim duels. And he's definitely a player that we can see has impressive reaction time.
All right, look at Ryu. Let's see what he's going to do. If he finds the frag, this round could get blown open, but is he going to check Banjo? The answer is nope. Just gets dinked and taken down. Only Haji on his feet, not going to stand a chance in this round. It is going to be 7 for Flux as they keep themselves alive on their own map pick. And already you got Dougie on the search for the rifle. Ooh, the timing almost cost Haji his life. Cost him, though, 70 points of health.
Yeah.
He's just going to pull back and try and save that AK-47. It's going to be 7 for Flux. So this map might still have something to say.
At least a couple extra rounds, right? Fireflux can get their hands warmed up. Kind of got to get your feet wet into a series, right? If you're going up against somebody who's a team that is better than you, a team that is a favorite compared to you, an organization that it means a lot to defeat, and Fireflux are still struggling to show that they can be relevant at this level of competition. A defeat over Monte would be a nice little feather in their cap, especially if they're able to keep it going from there and continue developing. Otherwise, they are potentially going to enter that 0-2 pool. These are the stakes for this series, of course. And that will make their campaign for relevance in this mid-table, those VRS points that they have had elude them thus far, won't really be something that the organization can start stacking up without a victory here. And so, even if the first win is a prolonged one, they are going to be able to be happy with that. And Monte will take a tactical timeout, figure out what their angle is going to be with their weird amount of money that they've got. Looks like Afro will be saving a little bit here, going for a deagle. Yeah, makes some sense. They're trying to figure out exactly what their money juggle is going to look like, and it will be a force buy from the side of Monte to see if they can break Fireflux before any money can be saved, before they can avoid having to fight for overtime on their own map pick.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. Some trouble for Monte as their buy looks worse for wear. No utility as well. 5 grenades left at their disposal, and is that enough to even get you close to a site? And I'm not even talking about an execute just close to the site. Right. Though, if you shoot like that, that could be a start of something, as Ryu with the Galil at long range finds the frag to Soulfly. Dougie with the trade, 4v4. TopCon smoked, but not well enough, and Gizmy's gonna get taken down. Oh, just damage. Oh, just kills coming from these CTs. It's Ryu and Afro, the only ones that remain for the side of Monte, and they're in big trouble right now.
Yeah, Afro was looking for that smoke to fade, but it happened a little bit too late for him to get any damage down range. Picking Dougie would have been an option. He could have maybe upgraded to the op by jumping into window. A committed position, but an option nonetheless, as Ryu burrows into the ladder room. 45 seconds on the clock. It looks like Monte are going to run this down to the last moment. and see if they can't just catch their opponents off guard. A site being abandoned except for Skrunk. This is an opportunity for Monte to potentially get a bomb plant down there if they choose correctly. Right now, they're just paranoid about those lurks, about those pushes, and really the only place it's coming from is Banjo wrapping around the bricks. Ryu not able to trade until way later, and not exactly cleanly either. Some damage put back to him. He is now in a 1-on-4 with the first found, and I really don't think he's going to be good for it. 10 seconds left. He'll go ahead and save his AK. Nobody in position to punish, but he's not ballsy enough to go after anything else, any other impact. And that makes a lot of sense. He wants to keep his gun. He knows the money is going to be tight. And they force bot with no bomb plant, Yuba. I don't know how many more times we got to say it, but mind your money.
Well, and this puts them in an awkward position. The rest of the team, of course, is going to have to go full eco. Ryu is going to have that hero AK in this round. Haji's dig could help out and maybe try and get this round.
Yeah.
But it is expected of them to lose it, in which case they are going to have a player that's just not going to have as good of a buy as his teammates.
Yeah, only $600 in the bank. No loss bonus when you save. As a T. One of the reasons why it's so infrequent. Just standing inside the smoke. Now charging on forward, but Soulfly's ready with the spray, and Dougie's there as well with the HE. Didn't even need the op until the last frag, and so nothing found for Monte. It's 9-11. And this feels awkward, right? Like, you still don't really have enough for everything you want, so it's going to be some kind of compromise buy with Ryu only having $3,000 to work with here. He's going to be going with an upgraded pistol and plenty of utility. The head armor there as well. Gives me, considering his options, it'll be AK with some utility. So we've got rifles for Monte to work with, but Fireflux has started to lock things down and build some momentum. Oh, narrow miss there. That could have been humongous. It gives me lives to fight another day, for another round. Dougie will continue looking around for picks until that window is smoked. Finally starts to bloom, and that will give a little bit of room for breathing. Monte might start suffocating if they drop another round. Remember, the money's still not good. They need at minimum a bomb plant and some kills. They want to have another good opportunity before OT, or maybe even slipping the entire lead away and giving Fireflux a 13-11 win. There's a lot of possibilities still left at play on Mirage.
Oh, yeah. This map has opened up nicely, as it seemed for a moment there that Monte is just running away with it. Fireflux fighting back quite well so far, and their money looks good. I mean, even if Monte gets this round, Fireflux is not going to have a lot of problems with their cash. Lean opens things up nicely here, and that's a +1 for his team, looking for more and finding more presence towards short noted by the side of Monte, as the Fireflux players need to change their approach or rather just fight. Is there going to help them? The answer is yes when Haji whiffs the spray. Now moving to the A bomb site, Lean tripling up, and it's a 3v2. Connector smoked, bomb planted, the CT's nowhere near. I don't even know that they have the information that Gizmy is on only 11 HP. So it begs the question, do they even want to commit to this? They are searching for the next frag, as is expected. Of course, in a 3v2, you're going to search for the kill. Maybe if you find it, you can try and get the retake. But now when Banjo's dead, it is not an option. Dougie is running away with that op, and it will be 12 and 3 match points for Monte.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit less like Monte comfortably cruising to a victory, and more that they're just narrowly a cut above the competition here. Fireflux getting overwhelmed by Lean in that position, and it kind of looked like a bit of a sloppy mid-take was developing, where Monte were maybe struggling a bit with their utility. They had a really great counter flash in the top of mid, thrown from cart, and Lean pounces on the opportunity, clearing multiple players, eventually getting a triple. Haji obviously whiffing the spray onto Banjo, but it's not enough to matter. As we get deeper into the map, this could be Monte stealing away their opponent's map pick. And it was a narrow, tight-fought affair. Fireflux definitely presenting another challenge here, as they had plenty of money. So losing all but one player doesn't matter. They kept the op. That's the important one. They wouldn't have had as much money if they wanted to reinvest into it, though Paz had 7K in the bank, so still a possibility. And now a minute 30 on the clock. Monte not immediately decided where they want to go yet, but they're just continuing to brawl for map control in mid.
So far, they just need the control necessary, and then they can decide which site they like best. So far, though, the side of Fireflux, not a lot of proactivity from them. Just playing it passive, playing it quiet, waiting for the next step of their opponents. I don't think they can count that that's going to work for 3 rounds in a row, which they need if they want to force overtime on map number 1. This is the 0-1 bracket. Don't forget, the team that loses their next match will be an elimination one. They'll be fighting for their life for the rest of this tournament. Skrunk gets the first kill. That's what they needed, though he's left on 13 HP. They're probably going to look for a trade at some point towards him, though no player facing towards that A-bomb side. It seems to be a B split for now from the side of Monte. With 35 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to hurry up. 2 defenders on that B-bomb side, just spamming away through the smokes. Now the attack commences. Can they find the necessary frags?
There we go.
Trouble, though. Kills Soulfly through the smoke. Banjo good on the trade. Haji missing the spray. Not finding anything, and Paz, good place, good time, doubling up and ending this round with 3 kills to his name. It's 10 for Fireflux.
Yeah, Gizmy did really well to turn around and find the frag on connector, evening things out, but Paz is just a fortress, refuses to go down. It doesn't help that Banjo is in such a tricky position where he gets a little bit of damage, but it's so hard to pre-aim that spot. It's hard to adjust for Haji on these sprays, it seems. So even when he knew where he was, it was still difficult. Really well played on the hold there for Fireflux. Credit to them. Now we're going to get a little bit deeper in here because this looks like it'll be all the rounds. I mean, we've got a Hero AK and a couple Tech 9s. Everybody else on Glocks. Not ideal, but it looks like this one will be with pace. Rotation's not yet called over. Banjo threw an incendiary, but he didn't actually spot where Afro was. And that reduced spread size actually has a humongous impact here.
Could be of use.
And that it didn't reveal the position, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Though after left on 50 HP, Lean taken down. Fireflux still in it. They're not out of this map just yet. As Monte are the ones struggling at the moment. Looking for the next frag, needing to find that next frag. But will it even be possible as they are setting their sights toward A? Best played. Maybe just go through the smoke, hope for the best, as that smoke is deep enough for you to go quite deep in connector. Paz gets flashed in, just looking for something, but missing the players. Ryu Feld. And this round slowly but surely going to the hands of Fireflux as Monte are still yet to find an answer.
Haji has 1 flash. That's it. That's all the utility they have. Gizmy with a Glock. This one's over, basically. Paz in a forward position. Oh, he might get pre-aimed there, but Skrunk has a nice little lineup for the rest, and that will be a wrap. Yeah. Out with a whimper in that round. Monte slowing things down, but just getting dunked on. The money just simply not there. And this will have to be the 3rd in a row if we're going to see extra rounds on Mirage. But we have the rifles out. No op available for the side of Monte, and it's worth pointing out that Afro with 20 frags, it's not like he's been a slouch. Gizmy, on the other hand, I know he hasn't exactly been set up for success, but 5 frags, he had most of those in half 1. He has been utterly absent in half 2. So, like, just pointing that out, we don't necessarily love pointing fingers at players. We want to see everybody do well. But come on, man, you got to be doing better than that. And the fact that he isn't, he's on the struggle bus. If he can deliver a frag or 2 here in this final round of regulation for his squad, it's looking less likely with 49 points of health left to his name, but he's certainly drawing a lot of utility and attention. We can say that. He's an attention magnet as Monte look for their 13th.
Though tagged down to 49 HP, it seems that the next stop of the struggle bus has arrived, and Lean is taken out. First blood drawn by Fireflux. Now Monte need to pull the trigger. They need to pounce towards B, and they need to take it cleanly. Will they, though, as Banjo deals more damage? Haji not an answer as Paz finds him. Banjo doubling up, and that is 12 for Fireflux. They complete the comeback, and we're going to overtime.
Yeah, extra rounds are required. I think if you see Haji not win with the first shot, first couple shots, if it's not a burst kill, he's losing the firefight. That's another complication for this squad. I know he's got 15 frags, by no means a slouch, but there's plenty of opportunities for him to get conversions, and he just isn't getting them. So the spray gets away from him. Paz obviously firing very nicely. Banjo's warmed up massively into this game. He was struggling first half, second half comes to life. And Dougie, his impact has cooled off a little bit, but the op has gotten at least one frag in most of these rifle rounds with the sniper in play. And when they go B, it almost doesn't matter because Paz is such an iron house. So we are going to be going to extra rounds. Looking at the way that this has gone, Fire Flux do have a strong chance of continuing to chain CT rounds together. They won 3 rounds in a row consecutively so that they could get their way to extra time. We'll see if overtime has what Fireflux needs to convert their map pick, or if Monte just needed to, get paid by the round a little bit before closing it out.
That could be the case. That wouldn't be the first time that a team misses out on a few match points and then afterwards they just win in overtime. And sometimes it even happens quite convincingly. Sometimes your strat book just seems a bit strapped for a moment. Maybe you doubt what you got in store, and then you use what you need when it comes to tactics. Get a game over the finish line. We'll see, of course, what's in store, as, of course, the momentum definitely is on the side of Fireflux, because we can see the Monte a bit undecisive looking. I don't want to say they look scared, but definitely not too confident at the moment.
Also worth pointing out, they barely got rifle buys, full buys with the op and all the utility they need, and everybody else on an AK. That was so infrequent on the T side for Monte. So OT is kind of a blessing in that respect. They're gonna have the 10K start. They're gonna have all of the things they need in the first round and probably the second round. So we'll see how things end up working out. Money management at this level usually pretty good to make 10K go a long way. But really, they need the round conversions at this point. They can't concede the half here so easily. They felt like they were set up for success, but man, after that first half, so many things changed. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Haji looking for those long-range kills. Dougie will find the first, and that's towards, Palace. And look at this, Paz back again in his sandwich antics. Remember his highlights from before. He'll be mollied out and start to burn. We love a little toast with our sandwich. But Soulfly, he needed to get a little bit of frags there to give his team a fighting chance. It's a 3-on-3 with Dougie so low, and Scrunk underneath. They know where he is, but they can't trade him yet.
Oh, look at Scrunk. Look at that movement. That was impressive. That was nice. And Fireflux taking the lead for the first time in a long time. Or rather, did they even have a lead in the first half? I forgot, but it does not matter
first
anymore.
Time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is straight up the first time they've had the lead. Monte obviously front running with both pistol wins, and they still can't make it over the line. Need a tack timeout to suss things out.
And good rotations in the previous round by Fireflux. I mean, Monte kind of fired back. They managed to take 2 kills that equalize the manpower. But then you just look at the minimap and you see that all of the CTs are on A, or rather around A nonetheless, ready to take the kills.
Let's find out exactly where this goes, because Mirage is still undecided. And I think if Fireflux take this, it's going to be a little bit more pressure on Monte. They should be able to clear Train just fine. That's their map pick, but the Turkish organization, their players wake up and smell the coffee, so to speak. They're warming up very nicely, especially Banjo, who had a bit of a sleeper in the first half. He could be a real menace on Dust, too. Hell, they could be a real menace on Train. Monte got to watch out here and think about how they're going to clear this defense, because it really has been hard for them to break.
So far, so good as Soulfly finds the first kill. Now the attackers want to change up pace, but that just leads them in the crosshairs of Soulfly, and Scrunk tucked in the corner finds Haji, and again this attack breaks. And there is no way for them to get close to the bomb site. Afro, the only one to remain. 1v4. Nothing to find. Nobody facing him. Nobody interested. They just press tab and they know the Opera, the last one alive. Don't even give him the time of day. Don't give him a chance. More than a minute on the clock, but does that even matter as Fire Flux are grabbing 14th?
Certainly seems like a lock, especially with Afro getting salvoed earlier by all the nades. Wait for the smoke to fade. He has the time to do that at least. And it'll be resmoke because fuck you, that's why. He's out. See ya. 40 seconds left on the clock, and somebody's already infiltrating spawn. Now, Paz could get picked here. Maybe there's a way he tries to go through Palace.
Oh.
Okay, not bad. I mean, Afro's aim has been on point. It's just there's no way that the CTs let him into any of these positions, especially with less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's not a chance. He's just going to hope to save this up for the next round.
Yeah.
Give his team a fighting chance. Of course, we know $10,000 that can get you a long way, but not completely if you lose 2 rounds in a row.
Correct.
Of course, the CT side is more vulnerable in that respect, but even the T side can get in trouble, especially when you don't plant the bomb, which they didn't.
And the fact that they had to reinvest in the op both of the first rounds, if Afro had gone down, he would not have the sniper in this last round of OT. The first half of OT, to be specific. So, if Fireflux can chain this 6th round in a row on the CT side, by the way, then that would be a really nice feather in their cap. They can chain that together with any one of the following 3 rounds on their T side, and they can win the map overall, 16-12. Now, that is potentially a tall order. Sometimes it feels like Monte, they actually want to be down a gun. Gives me on the Tech 9, not an unfamiliar sight. And that familiarity might give them a little bit more relaxation. They might be a bit more, composed, feeling good about their situation. They know how to play these rounds out. So maybe they can fight back. They need at least one. I mean, are you really going to chain together 3 T rounds in a row unbroken, or CT rounds unbroken the way that Fireflux are doing on their defense? It feels unlikely when we're this late in the game and everybody's this warmed up. Lean going to go ahead and smoke up window yet again from Underpass. Soulfly knows that lineup. He might try for a cheeky spam. Lean is actually, when he's allowed to get the first pick, he almost always gets the second. Very impactful player, but Soulfly's neutralized him so nicely on the CT side so far. And that continued into that first round of overtime, and so he really needs to find a little bit more value. Gizmy going down. Soulfly's first impact. It looks like it'll be a B hit, and they have pace. They can do this.
All right, let's see if they're going to do it as Soulfly's continuing to frag. There's Banjo again in the same angle like just a few rounds ago. And Ryu fighting for his life with only a little bit of HP. Dougie's going to, dig a hole for him and only Lean to remain with so little time. It is 15 for Fire Flux, and these guys are not kidding. After completing the comeback, they continue with the streak, and 3 map points now in their hands.
3 map points indeed, and OT halftime counts as a halftime. Every halftime we give away a skin, so make sure you're signed into your Twitch account and you're using those channel points to purchase the key. It's 500 channel points, so effectively free. Just need to be an active chatter or what have you, and you get those really fast. Let's see who's our lucky winner for overtime.
Just watch the stream, and you can be like Brutal Bobka, which is a bit brutal for him. He was lucky enough to get the skin, but not really the best one he could have hoped for as we get the anime Mac 10 once more. Your favorite?
Yeah, well, some people would like that skin, and to them I say, weebs out. Weebs out. I'm glad that weebs out is something you can say that's safe for Twitch TOS, because some of the other stuff I would say maybe wouldn't be.
I don't know what that is, but at this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
Terms of service, my man. You know, you never saw that.
I know what TOS is. Like, Jesus.
Okay.
I was talking about the things that you would say that would breach terms of service.
We'll see. Man, right now, we're looking at Fireflux's streak being unbroken, and well, Haji's not going to be able to breach much himself. Scrunk opening up. We almost don't even need to talk about trend lines and how Fireflux played the T side, because Lean will at least refrag, but it feels really awkward right now for Monte. They have just fizzled out. They're switching over to their CT side on overtime half 2. And it feels like it's all coming undone. For a V4, Scrunk will grab that sniper since he's a bit tagged up, and looks like Fireflux are going to organize around the B site, which doesn't have two swift rotations available, right? It's really just Gizmy who's been having a stinker of a game. Need to see more from the Brit.
Well, this is a good chance for him to redeem himself for a very quiet map. I'll just say it like that as they're striking towards B.
Sure.
Gizmy has a lot of work to do, and he's going to do absolutely nothing, barring some damage dealt. No, Paz also got damage dealt towards him. Lean finds his head. It's a 3-on-3. Still a chance for the CT boys. Let's see if they can find the retake.
Okay.
Afro starts things off quite well, and they know Banjo's position, but that's not going to stop him from finding 2 frags and looking for the third, and he's going to get it. A good round from him to end things out. It is 16-12 Fireflux as they annihilate Monte in overtime. They grab map number 1.
Yeah, it's a mauling. Fireflux able to take their map pick using some extra rounds that were required. A nice start from Monte, 7-5 on the CT side, and it seemed like they were doing pretty well for themselves with 3 rounds in a row, the pistol round conversion, etc. when they switched halves, but then it all went wrong. Then the adjustments came in, and there wasn't really any counterplay there that it felt like Fireflux could deploy. Looks like Soulfly will claim our map MVP. And while Afro did play admirably, it does feel like a lot of his frags were maybe a little bit less on the impact, certainly less on the ADR, as we see almost 100 average damage per round. So that's pretty strong there for Soulfly. He definitely started to warm up a little bit longer as the series progresses, the map progressed, excuse me. It felt like a series with how long it went, but such is the way overtimes go. I mean, you look at the way that Fireflux adapted, I do say they certainly won me over as far as the CT side is concerned.
Yeah, this is one of the rare situations I have to agree with the MVP that's picked. I mean, Soulfly really was the standout player for the side of Fireflux, as he was the reason they not only won in overtime but also got there in the first place, as he found really some very impactful frags on that CT side, kind of pushed them over the line, and in the end, 1-0. His team rather leads as Fireflux is looking good after map number 1. Though next map will be Train. A little less aimey, a bit more tactical. We're going to see what the future holds. We're going to see if Monte can fire back after a quick break. We're back, boys and girls. Not sure what happened there. Of course, it's been a bit of a long day, but we're heading into Train. That'll be our map number 2 in this best of 3 as Fireflux stole away their own map pick because they managed to complete the comeback and then after overtime getting Mirage. Of course, Luba and Pronogo here with you. Pronogo, how are we looking at Train? Is this going to be a one is this going to be a quite quick affair? How are you looking at it?
I think it'll be a bit of a one-sided affair. Yeah, I don't expect Monte to run into too much resistance. Now, that being said, Fireflux has impressed me with their, I would just say their general team play, but Train is such a weird map to try to leverage similar protocols to other maps on. The rotations are different. In some ways, they're really fast. In other ways, they're really long. A lot of it is going to come down to those early game strategies. We can see here the map veto, Fireflux narrowly edging out their opponents on their own map pick. And so now we go to Monte's pick, Monte's domain. Next stop, Train. Final stop. The Train. We'll be going straight from there to Dust 2 for our decider. Now, Fireflux could complete the upset and do it in 2-0 fashion, but it seems almost impossible to really get that one going for us as we have Fireflux starting on the CT side. That'll be really the only thing that looks up for them. They've got 2 pairs of dualies, and of course, Monte are going to be running and gunning with a little bit of util, but mostly Kevlar, as Gizmy, the sole proprietor of that utility. We'll see what they have in store for the CTs.
This is going to be an interesting span of events if Fireflux manage to take Train as not really their favorite map in the pool. We're going to see what they can do with these dualies. Can deal some damage. That's well done for Banjo as he finds the first kill of this pistol round. Those dualies already being quite useful. I mean, there are no slouches on Train when you check the statistics, but definitely a map they don't pick all too often. Dougie, that's another frag, and now Monte in trouble. They need to find an answer, but Dooley's dealing damage once more, and it seems to be quite easy for the side of Fireflux to get this pistol. A bit more difficult as they've lost one player, and the T's not where you really want them if you're on the CT side. However, enough CTs there to control this round, or rather maintain control of it. Though Paz gooshed. Maybe there's still something this pistol round has to offer. As I said that, Ryu gets his head blown off, and it's only Afro remaining. It's just a question of who's going to get him, and it's the first round that goes into the hands of Fireflux.
Yeah, it took a while for Fireflux to post a dub on a pistol round. Remember, not only did they lose both pistols in the previous map, which is one of the reasons why Monte's capitulation in overtime was so surprising when you think about the odds going into that, but they also didn't kill a single enemy player in either one of their pistols. So just to do one kill in the pistol round would have been an improvement. I'm glad to see that the CTs will be up to their usual antics on their second round enforcement buy, but there's no bomb plant, so there's plenty of farming to be done here for Banjo and Paz if they feel like moving forward. This one should be a gimme, and Monte are going to have to pull out the strats in round number 3. Now, Train is still CT-sided, even in CS2, which is broadly more T-sided as a game than previous versions of Counter-Strike have been. A lot of that due to aiming being more impactful in general. And neutralize smokes, certain changes in what is possible mechanically, favoring the aggressor, which is much more often than not the terrorists. So we will see only 3 members alive here for Monte, and they will try to avail themselves of those CS2 mechanics and the general state of play here to see if they can't at least be competitive with Fireflux on the CT side. When they switch over, Monte on the defense should be able to show us a little bit more of what they're made of, but we're still so early, and it kind of tells you all you need to know that on a Glock round, they're waiting for the last couple of seconds here. Scrunk looks away at the worst possible time, and now he's going to have an opportunity to maybe do some damage. And there's the spray down. Paz getting one more frag, and that'll be a wrap there for Fireflux. 2-0 start. Nothing to write home about so far, but let's see how this rifle round goes.
Let's see if they're going to have something to write. Not really the easiest round this will be for the CTs, as they're armed with 2 SMGs, 2 FAMASs, not really the buy that can go toe-to-toe with AKs galore on the side of Monte, but should Fireflux grab this round, they could grab a lot of momentum for the upcoming few rounds on Train. See what they can do. Pass quite close. Gets flashed in. Looking for a frag. And he's going to find it. Though gets traded right away. Not the best pan of events for the side of the defenders, as their defense is going to be spread thin a little bit. Soulfly, did he spot the player over the flames? I think the answer is yes, though no, as he peeks without much concern for dear life as Ryu doubles up. And now a lot of trouble for the side of Fire Flux. A FAMAS and an MP9 trying to salvage something, but not going to find it, as Crunk gets taken out, and it's only Banjo too far away to do anything other than maybe trying to steal away an AK.
Yeah, that's the best look for him, as he can get a frag and run away with the resultant rifle, but he's pretty far away from everybody else. Obviously, Ryu navigating through. Oh, look at that. All right, not tradable, so we will see an AK scarpered up. Will he get away with that murder? Weird to call the T's the cops, but they are on the chase a little bit here. And wow, he even takes Gizmy down. Gizmy has been a gimme so far for most of his opponents in the series. Definitely needs to have a better set of form here, but early days before we can start casting aspersions his way, as that is a round on the board for Monte, where we will see Ryu getting a nice little bit of accolade there. 3 frags to his name. It was impactful. I want to give a little bit of criticism towards Fireflux's push here. I get the idea of what they were going for, but I do feel like Paz actually should not have even gotten a kill there. He should have been traded before Afro went down. Or, well, not traded at all in that case, right? Just hard stuffed on his approach. That should have been, in a weird kind of way, an entry kill for Monte. And if they're playing a little bit sharper, they're going to get that frag 6 ways from Sunday, and then you're just down a man with no material gain. So something to point out. Fireflux maybe not as well drilled, and look at this. Ryu already infiltrated. He's going to go for a frag. That'll be Paz going down yet again, this time traded by Soulfly. Obviously, as you mentioned in the last round, Yuba, it does favor the offense. They can slow things down and filter through, see what else is good for them.
Haji quite deep. That could be of importance, as well as Afro's frag towards Soulfly. Dougie dug in with that op. He's going to be the last and currently the only line of defense, as Banjo over the smoke. Not going to see a lot. The opera needs to do damage. He needs to stay alive. The CTs are coming in. There's Dougie and there's Crunk, but both of them falling. It's only down to Banjo, but look at the HP on the T-side players. There's still something for the Finn to find,
no.
but he's not going to have luck with the timing, and it's the second round for Monte.
Yeah, good protocols there for the T's. I'm glad that they were able to push on through, make magic happen there. Worth pointing out that the money isn't superb for Monte, but it's absolutely catastrophic for Fireflux. So they are going to have an opportunity to farm up. You can see Gizmy going for the Mac 10, even though if they shuffled their money around a bit differently, they probably could have got him a real gun. And that's actually going to be very helpful against pistols. It's just Paz with a Deagle, as well as Skrunk. And, well, I would say Skrunk was maybe a little bit quieter. Paz was definitely firing on all cylinders on Mirage. So there's a chance for a little bit of damage, but Afro will cut that chance short. We are, I think, going to start to see Paz be hung out to dry here unless he gets some support from his teammates. Banjo will pick up that Deagle. Ryu is going to be able to for the refrag. Soulfly could swing on, but it's just a USP. It really doesn't seem likely for any damage. Skrunk is far away from the action. Well, Ryu actually did take a bit of hit, but unless somebody's there to body shot him anytime soon, it's not going to happen. Look at that. Even the low HP player able to get the better of Skrunk's Deagle, and that will be a third round for Monte. They've now trained Fireflux up on what their protocols are. We need to see a response here. Otherwise, Monte are going to start to get way more rounds on the T side, way more comfortably than they should be. That's 3 in a row, which is not unheard of on Train, but just not what you want to see if you're a Fireflux fan.
Not even close.
Is that their fan club name? The Triple F. Look out. It's the Triple F here to cheer on Fireflux.
Oh, yeah, that sounds lame.
Yeah, it fits the name. It's perfect.
All right. The hate train piling in. All right. There you go. Ops far and away on both sides. The trade goes 2 for 1 for the side of Fireflux. And now we get to see what Monte are capable of, as they're just lurking towards B. Banjo No info so far, so he's going to have a lot of work to do once they know his position. The bomb not even close yet, so they need to take control of this site as much as possible, and Banjo's there to take out Gizmy. It's a 4v2, though, pass quite low. This might still be an active round, as Lean tries to get a little bit more room to work with. Not the smoke he wanted, or is it? As that might give him a gap, a chance to maybe find a frag. The incendiary is actually going to cook him, and he's in a position where he can't really escape. Only Haji remaining, though the bomb plant can happen in this turn of events, and he finds Paz. That's a good start. Maybe something to do with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, looking a little bit worse for wear here, our Monte, but maybe Haji can be a light in the darkness, as you mentioned. Got the bomb. I'm gonna go ahead and dispense with some utility. Oh, but the smoke extinguish. They know he's going to go for the bomb plant. Banjo swinging from Long Dog. He goes all the way behind E-Box. This is going to be so much more difficult for Haji to make anything happen. And with Soulfly flying high with the boost, sends him. Tie game. And that's good. We needed a response from Fire Flux. Otherwise, I think Monte could have maybe started to chain too many together too easily. And so they make it a little bit harder. No bomb plant. Money managed. There's still a buy available here for them. It'll be a little bit weird, but they're accustomed to that. We saw, I really felt like the only T-side buy on Mirage they had that wasn't scuffed was the first one in OT. So goes to show you, they are very accustomed to rocking out with lesser weaponry. This time it'll just be a Galil for Gizmy, who, once again, did not deliver the goods onto the B site. We need to see him a little bit more sharp as time goes on, and he's going to be anything but. Soulfly at least gets traded, but not a good start here. Dougie is going to refrag it out, and it's a 3v4. Monte got to dig themselves out of a hole.
Yeah, can they do it? Ryu has to be the main man in this position. He needs to find the next frag in this round, otherwise they might be in trouble. He is quite deep toward that site. So is Lean. So this could be an interesting round, though. Ryu dead. Lean possibly the next man to make a play on the side of Monte, and that's going to be a freebie. He's going to have trigger discipline. This could be interesting, as he's going to find at least one frag. Ooh, he's going to have to find one frag as Paz turned his front towards him in the worst possible moment. 3v2, Afro quite deep as well.
Oh,
the timing. Oh, that was not nice. That resolution cost him his life, and now Lean, his position already located. He's going to die. That's 4 for Fire Flux.
Stop playing in 4x3. Noobs. Oh my god, noob alert. No, I'm just kidding. At some point, I do think people need to start thinking about native, though. I mean, CSGO, I remember, I think it was Shroud once said, CSGO is meant to be played in native. It's a native game. Might have even also been something that Nothing and Skadoodle carried to heart. Obviously, Shroud, a very influential North American player. Rops is kind of the same way. So if you want looking for someone who's on the top of things now, carrying the native train forward, I have no idea if he's switched hitherto, which could definitely undercut my analysis here. But I do think there's something to be said for 4x3. Just gives you more trouble than it feels like it's worth. Now, that being said, still a tight round, right? And they made a dog's dinner of it. Making it messy, it is going to eventually bear fruit, as the CT economy is fragile. If they lose more than 3 players, they're in trouble for the next round, and might even be trouble regardless. Let's see. Monte with just Deagles. Not really much to make work here. Well, they are going to continue moving on, though. Maybe they can overwhelm a spot.
Well, they're hoping for that. Maybe find a way for these Deagles to be put to work. I mean, in close quarters, with a lot of them, strength in numbers, even Glocks can be dangerous. Even when you have a helmet, which is the case for all 5 players on the side of Fire Flux. Let's see if Dougie's op is going to be quick enough. Should be an easy round, should be a cleanup, but we've said that before, and then really pan out. There you go, Ryu with the headshot, and that might be a start of something. Soulfly only good for 1. Banjo in trouble as his position has been noted, gets dinked, now needs to double up, and so he does. Still alive and finding frags, and that's going to be the round for Fire Flux, but losing 2 players, as you said, the CT economy can be quite fragile, and that actually could lead to difficulties in the upcoming rounds.
Absolutely. And the CT side is going to extend their lead, right? We got to see that a little bit more calmly and collectively, I think, from Fireflux, because this round should have been a little bit more clean, I think. But Deagles can always find impact, right? And 5 rifles now for Monte. It's a big deal. I did end up switching over and checking. Indeed, Rops is still on native, by the way. However, counterpoint to my own point, Donk is on 4x3. So, whatever.
Yeah. If you
Donk
want to
isn't
look up to something, Donk is probably the guy.
It does feel like, players like Donk, like Kiyosuke, obviously. Some people are saying that. I mean, how many players are really like Donk, right? But the new school of talent does feel like maybe they've intuited and figured out certain details of the game in a way that a lot of the older school, it's always hard for them to adapt. Going from CSGO to CS2, we saw it from other versions of Counter-Strike down the years. And even though it's been out for a couple of years now, CS2 still occasionally gets these like earth-shattering mechanics updates that are really impactful for the top level and maybe not so much for the casual at home. And that can really add up. That can stack up in a way that you're not necessarily aware of. And how many times do you have to relearn muscle memory before you're just too old to do it, So it is going to be, it looks like a B play. And look at that. Skrunk actually getting caught. No utility. That was pure contact. We almost never see that on train. But Banjo's ready. And look at that. They've already got the flash. Oh, but he saw the player. And even blind, he's able to pluck Afro strings, playing a lovely little eulogy as we are definitely on for a bit of a bloody round. It's a 4v4, but there's only 40 seconds left, and the rotations have to come out a lot longer for the Ts than the CTs. They're already ready for this.
Yeah. This could be interesting. Soulfly just edging that smoke. That could be very crucial. Look at that. He's in the smoke. His pass finds one frag, and Soulfly could find more than one. There's only one, but wasted a lot of time. 2v2. The bomb can get planted. Are the CTs going to try and stop it? Oh, if Banjo was closer to the end of Pop Dog, he could have stopped actually that bomb plant, but he's going to find Rio, and it's only Haji to remain in a 1v2, and has he been seen? That is the important, crucial question, though it does not matter. As Banjo hits his head, it didn't even look like his crosshair was on the head, but still connected, and it's 6 for Fireflux.
And this is starting to get into much more safe territory for Fireflux. No matter what the Monte CT side looks like, if they can keep chaining these kinds of rounds together, if they can, win the CT side, which you'd say is expected of a CT side team, but maybe not so when you're up against Monte on this map. This matchup is supposed to be Monte's favor. Banjo with 14 frags to his name, he could be instrumental in leading the charge directly to an upset 2-0 win. Now, we don't want to get it too far ahead of ourselves, but with the way that Monte struggle on the T side with their economy in particular, they're back down to 2 upgraded pistols and 3 AKs. They do not have all the resources that they would want for a really prolonged fight. They don't have all the utility, for example, if they want to run down the clock and really drain the resources of Fireflux, who have been able to chain together enough rounds with enough people alive that it's no bother for them. They can save, they can work into the next, or they can just keep extending their lead. Minute 20 on the clock. Monte will play slow, will look for picks. I will say the B-bomb site has not been their friend in this map so far. They haven't been able to find too many picks, and it is very far away from the rest of the action proportionally. So Skrunk dropping some utility there. I'm sure Banjo will quaff that up very quickly and send it out. But as of right now... Yeah, I feel okay. Well, Skrunk got a little bit too carried away there. He picks one, and then he ends up getting got. Nice trade. I was going to say that might be an opportunity for Monte to come back into things, but they're going to be very slow about it, very measured.
Yeah, quite slow. Paz only good for 1. That should have been a 2 for 2 at the very least. And that was not enough from Paz, as now his team is in a 1-man disadvantage, and all the Ts now have rifles. The fact that they started off with a bad buy doesn't necessarily mean a thing, as Dougie with the op is going to have to be instrumental. Throws back that incendiary, but not at the correct time. They can get to the site. They can plant the bomb. Is the CT side going to do anything? Oh, yes, it is! As the bomb is not going to get planted, it's going to be 7 for Fireflux.
Yeah, and Gizmi and Haji could go down here. Okay, after time, it looks like it's not going to be the case, so they won't be completely bankrupt with no weaponry, but that is a disaster for Monte. The fact that Fireflux are able to somehow thread the needle. Dougie, through the smoke, saw enough pixels to make it happen with a quick scope. Finishes the job. We love those vac shots when they happen. Quite the hype moments. I don't know what he saw differently on his screen. Obviously,
No idea.
a common practice to pump your NVIDIA settings in a funny way, and then suddenly you're looking at maybe a slight pixel difference that only you can see, that even our replay guys can't. But really nice heads up play, and Soulfly is just fragging out A main now. This is looking like domination for Fireflux on the CT side, and I thought Monte would make this a lot closer. I definitely didn't have aspirations for them to win the half. It is Train after all, but well, Afro wants to change my mind and maybe put a little bit more respect on the name. It's going to be a double push for the CTs setting up for it. They are going to clear that out with utility. This is going to allow Paz to burrow in, I think. Oh, maybe they're going to be a little bit more reserved for it. Dougie going to see if he can't peek, and look at that. He takes his time, but Ryu hit the deck, and now it's a 3v4.
The pincer is dead. They can only attack from one side, from Long Dog and from main. Sending a guy just to throw a few flashes as Paz behind Electric, maybe getting a chance to find a frag. That's a trade, and a positive one for the CT side at this point of time. When you get a 1-for-1 trade, you're going to be happy with that. A man advantage for Fireflux still. And Monte players, they want to get closer to the side, but can they? That's the question, as Paz, next point of contact, finds the kill. Gizmy's dead, and Dougie, easy kill for him towards Afro. That's 8 for Fireflux, and Monte are struggling. They're trembling on their own map pick.
Afro has had the op in a number of rounds here, and he hasn't had as much impact as he normally does when he's given that gun. He did get a couple picks here and there, but more often than not, it hasn't translated to round wins, and that's really significant there, as the only 3 they've chained together are going to be in memory, distant memory at that, with Fireflux on a streak. Looking for a 9th round on the half to finish us off strong. We'll see if maybe Monte go with pace. Otherwise, it'll be a sort of countdown of Monte. Not exactly what we thought was going to happen coming into this. I certainly thought they would put up more of a fight. But the CT side looms. It is still an option. Dust 2 might be closer than we think with the way that Train is often played. Or maybe we're in for another banger of a match that goes extra rounds. You never know.
But Monte are going to have to start their comeback and start it here and now, as they're trying to get to that B-bomb site. And they're doing a good job at that. Haji and Lean finding frags. Banjo only good for 1, and this is a one-and-done position. The CT's helpless. They can't really get close to the site, especially now when the bomb is planted and the T's are ready, waiting for them. Soulfly and Dougie are going to have to do something big if they want to hit 9 at the half.
Yeah.
They're going to have to hurry up, as the bomb has ticked to almost half. They're going to have to find the frags quite quickly. They have utility to work with, but a lot of ground they need to cover, and there's Lean just putting the nail into the coffin. It'll be Monte on 4 at the half. Still a fighting chance, but a pistol is a must if they want to have a chance in the second half.
Yeah, Monte want to start off strong. They don't want to concede another pistol. If Fireflux somehow win that on the T side, it could be curtains for them much earlier. 8-4 isn't so much better than average. I mean, I think 7-5, 8-4 are some of the more common CT side score lines, but really it's the nature of how these games have gone, how these rounds have played out, that it does feel like Monte have been maybe a little bit less fighty, a little bit less ready for it. Now, we'll see if whoever's about to win the skin is ready for it, because we are on to our giveaway. And see a whole boatload of skins available. Which one is it gonna be? And which lucky Twitch chatter with the 500 channel points option is gonna get a... Okay, it's a FAMAS skin. It's a little bit better than the Anime Mac 10, but not by much. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not the best one you're gonna get as a FAMAS skin, but always interesting to have one. Of course, rarely do people invest in expensive FAMAS skins, as it's not really the favorite gun. So anything is, of course, better than nothing. Moving on to the second half to see if Monte can start mounting a comeback on their CT side of their own map pick, as the T side did not look so good for them. Fireflux, Seems like they want to hit that B bomb, so I'd rather maybe split towards A. Let's see, Pronogo, what this is going to look like. As the steps were heard, the rotate is going towards B, and the T's
Oh
can now
no.
pound towards A, especially now with Paz found Ryu. And things are starting to be a bit more difficult for the CTs. The T's gave them enough time to rotate. Let's see if these USPs can do enough damage. Skrunk, though, took those dualies, and that could be quite interesting. The dualies can do a lot of damage. Dougie, good trade. Gizmy falls. That's his second frag in this map in total. Paz continuing to frag. Haji is dead, and so is Afro. Only Lean on his feet, searching for something, but his position known, and it's 9 for Fireflux. That should have been around for Monte. That had to have been around for Monte if they wanted to come close to this lead that Fireflux has. And now the D's have a chance to really push forward. And not only would it be a surprise win, it would be a dominant one at that if they continue fighting like this. As he said, the first half, it's not the scoreline that mattered. It's the complexion of the game.
Yes, absolutely. You think about the way that Monte ended up maybe looking for these picks, getting stuffed at every turn. What's that going to look like if Fireflux bring that same energy in to the T side? They're already up the pistol. Nice Molotov, burning a couple of players there. The defenders, Ryu and Gizmy, trying to make their presence known, to be that stalwart force. They've been a little bit quieter, especially Gizmy. Still has not yet really sounded off. As you mentioned, it's only a second frag in as many halves, but he'll add some ammo towards Gizmy's frags, and that's a good start there on the force buy with Lean coming in on the back end. Okay, he's able to get Banjo out, and Afro finishes off proceedings with the Deagle. Okay, so they've at least won the CT force. Pretty big. No bomb plan available on that second round. Also means that Fireflux have kind of drowned in the chaos of this, and they definitely didn't, I think, manage their angles, manage the flanks as well as they could have. Maybe not really pressuring some of the extremities of the map. They, I think, got baited into that T main position a little bit too quickly with as many players as they had. Now they're going to be on for the force. We have some A1Ss. We have, of course, the Galil and the AK. So pretty solid buy for Monte to be bringing into things. And they throw their utility, but it's just a floor too low as 4 members of Fireflux are lingering on towards that B-bomb site through the upper hall. We obviously saw Skrunk just aiming there and seeing what he could find, but Lean is really far forward. He's now going to go, but look at that correction from Paz. Well, that's a cracking shot. The rotations can be quick. Gizmy already on the site, but he's got to be more than a walkover, and that's all he's been so far on the map. He really needs to be able to stand tall.
Needs to find a way. CT's committing 3 players towards B. Luckily for them, it seems that that is going to be the final destination for Fireflux in this round.
I told you. Why they got to be named after a web browser and a bug.
A slow round as they're just waiting for Monte to make a mistake. Not going to happen just yet as they're sitting tight, waiting for the attack to commence. Still, though, we could see change in their decisions as they now seem more interested to strike towards A. As they're doing so, look at that. Monte allocating players toward the other bomb site.
This has been tricksy from both players. It kind of reminds me of that pistol round that Fireflux were able to scrape together there, but Soulfly going down. Unfortunately, a lot of team damage was shared out earlier, but Skrunk eventually fires back. It just feels like it's too little too late. However, Paz has found some. He's the last man standing, and do they even know where he is? It looks like Afro has an inkling. The spray through the smoke is good initially, but he really doesn't have hardly any room to work with. Dying after time just adds fuel to the fire. Really well played there from Monte. And now they are slowly chaining together the rounds they need. They need to be way cleaner than the T side, way more proactive. And that's exactly what Train affords you in many respects. So this could be their comeback starting now.
Looks like it, especially with Paz on $650 in this round. Of course, he's going to spend a penny, hoping to save as much money as possible. But best case scenario, next round, he's going to have a Galil. So it's not going to be the perfect buy for Fireflux. And after winning the pistol, you expect them to make headway in this map. Now Monte growing closer and Lean. his bank account growing larger as he collects most of them. A 4K in an anti-eco, 3 frags coming from the MP9. That's a lot of money in the back pocket.
We'll take that for sure. Build forward. Monte absolutely need to continue doing that. And the tactical pause for Fireflux, continuing to assess their options. 4 AKs. Deagle, of course, on the Paz. He's been known for that play in this series so far. I almost feel like maybe you want to give him a better weapon than, Skrunk and Dougie struggling. We kind of didn't say Dougie's name too often on the CT side either. His op was instrumental in a couple of rounds and otherwise mostly not noticed, despite affording it plenty of times.
Yeah, weirdly enough as well, Banjo, even though, of course, he's the top fragger of his team, he's been quiet for a while. He had 14, I think he had like 14 frags at round number 9 or something like that. Since then,
his second pistol, I think, was the last time we saw him really get much value on this map so far. And yeah, cooling off. It's hard to say the person at 16.6 is at fault, but
yeah,
you wish he was a little bit further along, right? You wish he was able to get some more value there. Maybe he could find these missing chickens. Yeah.
How do you lose a chicken? Does it cross the road?
Well, with that kind of hairdo, somebody might have looked at it and said, "Yeah, I need that chicken."
Understandable. I want a chicken like that. That's an impressive chicken. That I cannot read.
Well, that's because
a bit closer. A bit closer. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Gather round.
It's Bean Friday. Nice. All right, I'm okay with that.
We scoff at French cuisine with their fancy foie gras. German bratwurst can't compete, nor Americans barbecue jazz. Interesting.
So you go for beans? I could go for
apparently somebody really likes beans.
Wait, is every somewhere day
there's
day?
Somewhere there's a commentator singing this entire song, and that stream has 0 views now. Suddenly, I don't know what happened.
I'd be that commentator. I wouldn't have a problem with singing the Bean song.
Hey, why not? I mean, fill the time. Wait for the players to reconnect and figure their tactics out here. Tactical timeout's long since expired, but we are waiting for Fireflux to see what they can do, really. They're looking for that double digit. It could be really impactful for them to finish the upset. And, especially it would be a massive upset considering how Mirage started and even how Monte looked like they were going to be cruising into a finish, only for them to be overwhelmed and then eventually outdone, bulldozed in overtime. But those CT starts can be deceiving, right? People used to other maps in Counter-Strike 2. It's not like it. Train is a different beast. You can go 8-4 on the CT half and then struggle to post anything else. Fireflux won both pistols, remember, and they got reset in the second round of half number 2. Now struggling to find form again. Monte chaining several to go. Minute 30 on the clock, and we do have a bit of a mix buy here for Fireflux with Paz only on the Deagle, but the rifles are sounding off. Soulfly finding Gizmy. 14 deaths for that man and only 3 frags. At some point, it's you stop having Gizmy and you just have a Gizmy-shaped hole on your roster. That's basically what it feels like in this map. At some point, it becomes egregious. Lean making up for it, dropping Skrunk. That rifle might get picked up by Paz at some point, but he's a bit far from it. And only a minute left for Fireflux to make their bed and lie in it.
Well, we're going to find out what the decision is for the side of Fireflux as they're taking their sweet time deciding where they want to go. It's Lean on that B-bomb side. He has an HE grenade. That could do some damage. Damage already dealt on 2 players on the side of Fireflux. The execute is at the ready. Not the best execute as they only have smokes to use, but who knows what this can do. Lean just breaking that smoke. Not going to find anything.
Oh, no.
Not even the break was all too clean, and the T's will swarm the side. It should be an easy bomb plant for here on, but the CTs definitely have something to say about it as they want to get the retake up and running. Dougie gets the first frag, and now things are starting to look worse for wear for the side of Monte. Haji needs the multi-kill. He's going to find two, though. Dougie fires back. It's a 2-on-2, and Dougie between the lines. He can end this here and now. There you go. There's the first one, an Afro missed shot. Dougie, 4K. And 10 for Flux. Long awaited.
Yeah, long awaited. And we were also awaiting for Dougie to come back into the match, into the game, and make his presence known. He does with 4 very impactful frags. Haji getting a nice little spray transfer here, if you want to call it that, adjusting onto a player on the other side of the screen, basically. Bit of a 180. But he's able to make it happen, right? And the major thing here is that Monte lose all their players, don't have any guns left over. The money they have is going to be invested into this round, no questions about it. The Fireflux, they are happy to get their 10th round, and now they only need 3. On the T side, that's doable. That's possible. 3 of the next 6 in order to guarantee, at the very least, overtime, but see what happens. They're dispensing their utility. Leaving it for whoever needs to reconnect. I like that. That's funny. Imagine you spawn in and immediately get all of the collections that you might need.
Yeah.
Oh, look, that's where they, you pay for your tickets. I thought for a second that's where the money comes out for us commentators, right? That's where we get paid from. Just dispense it right into our bank accounts.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm just here for the vibe.
I wasn't informed.
So we left their very square water bottle on top as well. Yeah, there's a prop somewhere over here that shows the the train stops. I think it might be further off to the left, but there's something that no, it's right here. Yeah,
there you go.
There's an English version of that tells you what maps are likely to be released later, which is kind of a cute way for Valve to tease that. They work slow, but they drop maps, and I far prefer as flawed as Train is compared to old Train. I far prefer this map to Vertigo. Anything but Vertigo. Please, God, let it not be Vertigo. So, let's see what happens here. The flash is good. Ooh.
He didn't stand a chance now, did he? Got nuked and full blind, stepping into the sights of 2 CT players. A good start for Monte as they want to fire back as soon as possible. Taking care of a player that really dealt a lot of damage on the previous map as well. On this one. So he's going to be a slow burner. The side of Fireflux just looking for an answer, but look at this. This could be fun. Well, less fun for Dougie as he gets taken down. Finally, somebody takes care of Ryu, but Lean falls as well. Maybe an unnecessary push, which is now going to cause a CT rotate as soon as possible. They're staying put. The only one a bit more aggressive is Gizmy. And hey, if he finds the timing, I mean, it doesn't matter that he's having a stinker of a map. He can still make a play, though. Haji dead. Now problems galore for the side of Monte as they're trying to find something but not finding anything. Only damage dealt. And to be fair,
this wraparound is so confusing in the upper hall. You're right that Gizmy can just kind of do whatever he needs to, but they played Ring Around the Rosie with him. And look at that. He drops the bomb. Obviously, Skrunk's so low from earlier engagements, and you might criticize Lean for running too far forward. You might criticize Haji for maybe doing the same, but Gizmy has had a highlight of a round with 3 frags, and he's finally exempt from criticism for 1 round. We'll start cracking on him a little bit later.
Well done from Gizmy. In the end, it could have cost his team had the timing not been in his favor, but it was perfect. Look at that, finding 2 easy frags in the third one. Well deserved. It puts Monte on 8. In a 2-round game, this is, as it could well transition into a 1-round game, given the fact the Fireflux is only on Glocks in this round. So Monte definitely not out of it, even though Fireflux really had a lot of chances.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Maybe they can look for some damage as Paz has 1 deagle, but that's it. Everybody else on Glocks, as you mentioned, and there's an SMG here. Gizmy could try to build on his success earlier. Oh, he narrowly whiffs that shot. Don't tell me he's going to get run down by just basic pistols. He's running out of bullets, but Ryu's there for the support. Paz, oh, he's going to take both of them down. 3 frags for Ryu and only 1 for Gizmi. I don't know how he manages to do it. He had so much value there that he could have maybe overwhelmed the pistoliers with his MP9, but looks like from 0 to 0 or to 1. 1 frag to his name. Not quite paying for the MP9. Good damage for Paz to, inflict upon his opponents. Getting 2 CTs is definitely a good return on investment for the Deagle. And obviously, Fireflux play clumped up when they're like that, so very dangerous for any individual CT to face it off. Now, this early waltz in the middle of the map towards the A main, it's not going to end up continuing in round number 20. Fireflux still looking to extend their lead, to keep their lead going, but they're being a little bit more pulled back and reserved. And Monte aren't jumping on the opportunity. Instead, they've got 2 watching here for Soulfly's peak. Afro with the op is going to be the first point of contact. Lean will get traded at the very least by Banjo. It's up to 18 frags now. Maybe a little bit of a resurgence, but he's down to 15 points of health. So a struggle there for him to get anywhere on the map. And the rest of the T's are going to be exiting Ivy.
All right, Haji. He's going to get tested. Sees the first player. That's a clean headshot and looking for more. Going to get traded back right away. 3-on-3. Now maybe a time for the pace to change, as this has been a bit of a slower round so far. Ryu finds one.
Nice.
Dougie good on the trade, and they should know about one more player. Do they know about Gizmi? Yeah, they do now. And Banjo's going to take him down. It's only Afro to try and tie up the scoreline. That op needs to do something, and it will. As Dougie's dead, Banjo now in a 1v1, low on health, but that does not matter when you're facing an op. Mind games now, as he's going to walk close to Afro. Fake? Oh no, he's going to stick the plan, and Afro gets a free kill. I was expecting that plan to just be a fake and a chance for Banjo to clutch out the round. Not going to happen. Afro with the clutch, and it's a tied game after 20 rounds played.
Absolutely. Monumental performance there from Afro on that. Gizmi gets caught sitting and really puts him into a rough spot, but he fights his way out of it. I think that frag on the cross was really what changed things up. Couldn't get to the smoke for cover in time. Ends up going down, and the bomb at the extremis means that Fireflux really had a tough time of it. And they lost track of Afro. It's easy to happen. Now, this time around, whoa! Dougie can't control the spray for more than 1, but he caught them all sitting. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Gizmi's out of the round early. Now with double digits on both squads, that is the rifle for Fireflux. They only have pistols now, and that one is not recoverable. So no utility. They're going to need to use bodies to enter onto the site. They will, of course, be making the jump. No, they won't. Lean is just served up on a silver platter. Several T's. Easy as you like. Ryu clapping them from the back as well. Combining for 3 frags on the site hold, and Paz, you got a Deagle. That's about it. I know you took 2 down earlier, but you'd have to do twice as good this time if you wanted the round win. It's just not practical. Best he can do is hope for this B push from Lean to give him an option here. But he's not good for it. Just the body shot. 5 points of health is all Lean needs to finish the job.
11 for Monte. They claim the lead, and now Fireflux could be in trouble. They're going to have to dig deep into that strat book, see what they can do, and possibly find something, a solution that can break open this defense. A few rounds here and there should have been theirs, and had they gone their way, this best of 3 would have gone their way as well. But chances wasted led to Monte now in the lead, and a good chance for Monte to fix that choke on Mirage and lead us to Dust 2, which could be our decider should we need it. A buy in the hands of Fireflux could be their last on Train.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. Afro with the op as well is going to be a steady hand. 15 frags to his name, so a nice middling performance, you know. Not superlative and not dreadful. Ryu, on the other hand, 24. Without him, Monte would have potentially been run over already. Very nice rounds out of him to secure Train if it goes that way. Fireflux still fighting for it, and Paz could entry over here onto Haji. Good anti-flash for the Frenchman. Oh, and that one he stands his ground, but it's not good enough. The crouch spray gives Paz an entry. He spots out one Olaf. Ryu needs to multi up, needs to double up, and he's good for the aim, but Banjo gets the better of him anyway. Had the right idea. Afro, what more do you have for us?
Oh, he's gonna have to do a lot. Completely blind. Ooh, finds one. Looking for more, but can't find it. Too many T's everywhere. Just around him, they swarmed him. Lane needs to find the next frag. Actually, Monte needs to find the next kill, but they are gonna be cleaned up, and it's 11-11. Every map we casted today was at least 24 rounds.
Yeah, looking likely here. Looking like there's no way around not just getting to regulation, but perhaps extra rounds yet again between these two teams. A tactical pause for Fireflux to talk things over. And no money for an op this time. I mean, Haji could glass cannon it, but he would have nothing himself, and he'd have to be tossing it over to Afro. That's not in the cards for them. They won't do that. As impactful as Afro has been, they need the more big, widespread. And Dougie's got his sniper out. On the T side, he was pretty impactful with both rifle and op. At the very least, he was resurging into the map in the last few. Not enough to convert, as we see 3 in a row, then 4 in a row. Finally, the streak is broken, and Fireflux need 2 more to close it. This one is a bit easier than what the next one could be. How far will Monte go for this?
That's the question, and a big one at that. They need this round, otherwise it could be over for them in this best of 3. And that could send them to the 0-2 elimination bracket. Ryu, good timing. Oh, that's a whiff and a half.
Way.
It might be a chance now for them to run over the CT side, looking for something. Are the T's not finding anything just yet, as the CTs will be managing to escape a very unfortunate circumstance. That should have been a kill. In the end, still a 5-on-5, but a lot of info gathered. Realistically speaking, for both sides, though the CTs now had enough time to relocate. And doing that, we'll see what they can do. We'll see what, of course, Fireflux have in store. Still a lot of utility left. They can make this a set piece towards B if they want. Aggression from the CTs.
So
Banjo
good.
ready. And looking to double up. No, he's just going to get cleaned up, though Ryu falls as well, and it's a +1 for Fireflux.
Yeah, they got this, man. Soulfly on 4 points of health. It doesn't matter much when you're able to make this kind of thing happen. That's the only real concession they have, and they're making it seem like it's B, but they're already out pop. Haji, from the backstab, might be able to do something. They're not currently watching him. Dougie's got the line, but there's way more angles than that, and Haji does get dispatched. Great play from Soulfly, the low HP player, on Fireflux, making it happen. Gizmy can tie it all up and finish this job, but the bomb is going to get planted, and we are in a 1-on-1. 4 points of health. Afro with the A1S.
Oh, Soulfly, he needs to play this smart. He's low, and he knows it. Afro has an HE, and perfectly placed could get him the round, but so many angles for the Frenchman. The Czech and Soulfly just sitting tight, waiting for intel, waiting for info. He has no reason to peek, but he might do that just now. Afro needs to hurry up. He needs to make this pacey. He has no diffuse kit. He can't win this round. It's going to be 12. It's going to be match point for Fireflux. Soulfly doesn't care. He's going to die either way, but he knows that his team have a chance to complete the upset.
Indeed. One chance to avoid what was, I guess, the same sort of situation over on Mirage, right? Although a very different look to get here. These two teams neck and neck. And Fireflux completing it after such a string of rounds on the CT side for Monte does feel like they were back against the wall. I mean, they were leading for most of it up until very recently. Then they tied. Now they're once again in the lead. Fireflux are very happy with that. 5 rifles for them. That's the buy. 3 MP9s and a 5.7. Afro's op is the only premium weapon on the server for his team. Monte are not done here. They'll take Banjo out of the equation. Gizmy has been brought down low. Somehow, Ryu doesn't go down. Soulfly kicking himself for that whiff. This could get from bad to worse, but Dougie will refrag. At the very least, something here. 3v4. Better weapons still on the side of Fireflux, but the T's, they need more map control. They need something.
It does beg the question, why would you try and play pacey when you know that the opposing team is not the richest they've ever been?
Yeah, did they lose track of the money? What happened there is certainly a question that needs to be posed. But they are going to be lurking towards the B bomb site where two CTs await them. One of them is the low HP Gizmy, the other Lean with the AK. Steady hand for sure. Aji near enough to Z that he can rotate around. Looking okay for Fireflux here, but Lean, he's going to be the first point of call.
All right, let's see what he can do. Paz gets taken out. That's a good start. This might still be overtime. Gizmy finds a frag. It's only Doug to remain. Great play to find 2 kills, but still 2 left to find. He can plant the bomb, but the CTs are going to swarm him, and there's no chance Dougie can get away with this. We're going to overtime. This train ain't done just yet. Monte still have something in them.
Yeah, and that was a terrible buy for Monte to be able to convert to OT. Extra rounds required because, as you pointed out aptly, Fireflux decided to go with pace against a buy that really wasn't going to be competing with them in the long run. You could drain the economy. You know, I respect in some ways the idea that, you know, we've got them on the ropes. We've finally broken through. Let's just win it now. Let's win it with a rush. But they didn't have enough pincers. They didn't wait for any long aggression or pop dog push. There was no jousting for map control. It was just, let's go out and let's apparently get fragged out by MP9s. Soulfly, the only glimmer of hope in that early 3-kill streak. And the rest of that was much simpler than Fireflux needed to make it for Monte. 20 seconds before OT1 begins properly. Same team, same setups. We'll switch for Fireflux on the CT side, Monte on the T side after the first half of OT. And at that time, we'll also open up another giveaway, open up another case. So make sure you're spending your channel points as you're watching alongside with us. This is 10K start OT. Let's see. Can Fireflux chain any rounds together on the T side? Looking for 1 here is okay. 2 is great. Monte, it feels like they're going to be able to be just fine here.
I spent all my channel points on a prediction. I'm not going to say who it was. It would be unprofessional of me.
Partizan.
No, not I'm talking about this match, yeah. Didn't even log into Twitch for a while.
Fair enough. Well, the flash exposes Ryu's position in team main. That is information for Fireflux, who are finally taking a quieter and longer approach. Afro, the jiggle was good for Soulfly, but he wasn't, disciplined enough to bait out the shot. Afro just does one better, the trigger discipline of netting him a kill, and that's untradeable. 1 and done. See you later. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Now Fireflux down a man.
Fireflux playing this slow. They're waiting for somebody to make a mistake, but the CTs, the textbook play, once you find that extra kill, no reason to push. Anywhere the T's go, in theory, you should have an advantage over them in some semblance, some sense of the word. The T's making their way towards B. 2 players defending it, and you can see on the minimap Haji quite close to Z, as well as Afro. Their rotate is going to come in quite quickly, and this might spell trouble for Fireflux. Unless they find the kills quickly and cleanly, they're going to have to do it if they want to get to the site. Good utility usage from the CT side. That's going to keep them in bay for a while longer. Banjo, first point of contact, upper entrance. Gizmy finds the first, looking for more, gets traded back, but he did enough. He did his job in this round, and the T's, they really don't have a lot of room to work with. Paz only good for 1, bomb planted, but Skrunk, 10 points of health. Really not a situation he can clutch this out, and Afro confirms it. It's 13 for Monte.
Yep, pretty textbook there. They get the bomb plant, which is okay for their economy. Remember, the 3rd round can be a bit gross if your money is not in order. And Monte will go ahead and defuse that bomb once they recover the equipment they're looking for. It will indeed be a 13th round. So, Fireflux, it's promising to see that they get onto the site. But you're right that Gizmi does enough there, and they really had no answer for Lean's position pretty far forward. I feel like it's kind of funny that we go all the way to overtime, and that was really the first time we saw a proper B exec not get cut down immediately by some early peak or CT aggression from the lower tunnel position. It's an opportunity that Monte decided not to take because they were pressuring so many other places at the time. They wanted to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more percentage based play elsewhere on the map. They didn't want to gamble everywhere at once. Now, Fireflux will be, once again, sort of doing this early game perfunctory utility exchange. We'll see how this round continues to play out, but if they go back to B, they're going to have different angles in mind that they need to check, because those were angles that could have been handled with utility, with just aim, with awareness. They were too paranoid about close angles and then far ones. Those mid-range ones not being spectacular. Lean with the secondary sniper now. That's exposed. Do they think it's only one, though?
That's an important question. Haji draws first blood, looking for the trade as Dougie and finds it. That's going to help with spreading the defense in this round as Fireflux find an opening. At least for now, for the time being. Again, a snooze fest of a round so far. Only 2 kills found and very slow play from the T's, rather. As the CTs are actually the ones that are trying to do something. Ryu finds Banjo. And now, again, pressure building on the side of Fireflux. They need to make their way toward the side, and that's not going to be easy, as Dougie should not be the first point of contact. Ryu through the smoke gets taken out. That might give them a chance. Though Dougie with the up finds Lean. Wow. Afro, his up firing away as well. 2v2. Now the tempo starts to build. Legs Dougie. And the repeak, not going to happen, actually. Skrunk is the one that takes down Afro. Do they know about Gizmi, though? Now they have to, as they've heard the ticks. Gizmi looking for the first, not being able to find it. They just touch that bomb plant, and Dougie takes out Gizmi. It's 13-all. And this overtime continues to deliver.
That's good stuff from Fireflux. I didn't know that they'd have the poise here to repeat. Dougie kind of gets a little bit lucky with that fadeaway. Felt like he was still moving, but picking Lean is important, and zeroing in, not dying immediately to Afro, that leg being so impactful at the end of the day. Life-saving jump, round-saving jump there for the Opper on the side of Fireflux. Now we've got 13-all. Like I said, 1 round on OT for Train T side. That's okay. You can work with that. You get 2, you're probably winning the map, man. We can start to wrap this up and go home. Banjo, he dropped the ball in Pop Dog last time, but he's opening up 2 frags. That's impact.
That's important. What are you going to do if you're Monte now? Fireflux taking control once more. Monte need to make a play. Afro, he has control of A main, so that is a good start. Though his teammates are the ones that are going to have to do damage, as Lean could be tested again towards B, where the bomb is currently residing. Not interested in stepping forward for the time being, rather pulling back to the site. Less than a minute on the clock, but we need to follow the player in CT spawn. He could be the main man here. Lean finds the first frag, and now they know his position. As Paz needs to strike soon, strike hard, and so he does. He opens up the site, bomb planted, 3v2.
And Afro found the Opper of Dougie earlier in Ivy, the very long flank. Paz wants to do one better. He'll cut Haji down as he rotates over, and it's all onto Afro. This seems like the play, the round that will define who wins it. Because Fireflux have so much room to work with once they switch to the CT side. They only need to win 2 rounds. Oh, here we go. Could this be the first? And it is. That's it. Fireflux have locked in 14. And now we have Monte switching over to the T side. If Fireflux remember, dig deep and figure out exactly what their CT protocol needs to be, we are going to be sitting pretty on their side. 2 CT round wins in OT. It feels like a lock. Feels like it should be possible. It was not for Monte. I'm feeling like possibilities. Speaking of what feels good, being top of the food chain doesn't hurt. That's Ex Sionimono. No idea about that name, but That's all right. It's
Chorny?
all right. Now I respect Fireflux's name a little bit more. You know what I mean? Could be worse.
Yeah, of course. All right, 2 rounds left for Flux to gather if they want to proceed to that 1-1 part of the Swiss stage, send Monte into the elimination match. Flux had one opportunity to finish this match,
Yeah.
did not use it, even though they had a
This
pretty
was
good
it.
advantage at that. This was huge from Banjo. Afterwards, they held all the control of the round. That's the frag that actually completely separated the defense, enabled Pass to
Yes.
go through to the CT spawn and find that basically the frag that sealed the deal, got them the round, and
Yes.
Scrunk on the AUG. All right, Call of Duty time. Let's see what he can do. As he is the bottom fragger of the server, the only one on single digits.
Wow, even Gizmy overtook him. All right. Scrunk on Fraud Watch needs to pull out the AUG to supplement. We'll see if it's good enough for it. They're all burrowed in pretty nicely here in the A site. We do have Banjo holding with an A4, which can be unerringly precise. But he'll be tested rather quickly, it looks like. We've got a group up here, although they're falling away. Monte. They're going to be gathering up to try to storm the A site. Great utility usage in Team Main so far. A wasted incendiary aside, it's been quite well there. And the rotations may have overcommitted to B because Fireflux are under strength towards the A site. But the longer this goes on, the more in question all of these angles really are. And got Scrunk zeroed in quite nicely there. In case of an Ivy push, leaving Soulfly free to take a very odd angle outside E-Box and Pop, etc. He's going to be aiming that way. That does seem to be where Monte are emerging from.
All right, there's the attack. Gizmy draws first blood. The attack commences. Crunk on the boost with that AUG. Let's see what he can do. Banjo spamming through the smoke and taking care of Gizmy. That's a 4-on-4, and the T's are yet to get that bomb down.
Oh, no.
Afro gets the kill, but now Scrunk puts it back to a 3v3. Paz is just gonna tag Lean, but 10 seconds on the clock. They need to commit to this bomb plant, and Scrunk goes through to connector, gets the frag, only touching the plant, now taking care of Scrunk. 1v1 bomb is gonna get planted as Paz is way too far away to stop it. Though,
no way. Barely enough time.
It caught everybody off guard. I thought the bomb was planted for sure. I think we might get a chance to see that on a replay. Half
the 4
a second.
turned to a 3 just as he pulls the bomb out. It was already turning to 3 as he started the plant, and that was everything, man. That was it. And now facing that 0-2 bracket, if they lose this next round, either of the next 2 rounds, Monte have to be impeccable on the T side, no less, of Train. Otherwise, they could be dispensed with so easily. Wild scenes on Train.
Quite incredible. 2 match points for Fireflux to try and finish this one off. And Monte, they'll be kicking themselves for the previous round. It was messy. It was not clean at all, and that's what led to them planting the bomb, as we said, half a second too late. Now let's see what they have in store. They got to dig deep. They need to find 2 more rounds to force another overtime.
Yeah, that would be a real dig deep moment to win 2 rounds on the T side after already facing map and match point. Fireflux are happy to use their pocket AUG strat. Scrunk scoring 3 frags in the last round. High impact. And scarpering away at the last second after. This would be quite the upset. Fireflux are not supposed to beat Monte on Train. It didn't even look like they were supposed to beat Monte on Mirage, but bulldozed them in overtime. And now it's not quite a bulldozer, as there was some resistance, but still feels comparable. Holding them at bay. That's the name of the game. Afro will find the first frag on Soulfly. That's an impactful pick. That opens business up here. That's not something that happened in the last round. And Paz now caught in no man's land, also known as Olaf. He's going to be taken down for a 1-for-1 trade. Does well considering the circumstances. It's a lot of pressure on a Dougie. Banjo trying to wrap around. He's going to get cut down by the Opera, and Haji just hard entries him. It's Skrunk in a 1-on-4. And as funny as it is to say that there's an Og in play, I don't think it's going to be getting too much more value.
I wouldn't think that it's going to do anything, and Afro takes care of business. Takes 3 frags in this round and keeps his team alive. After they've kind of choked the previous round. Now, Flux, one more chance to finish this. We're in all of the 30 rounds, and that was a weird POV to look at. Are we going to watch more overtime?
Yeah, that's the question, right? This could be a rare case where both teams bowl each other over on the T side. Not what you would have expected. Fireflux still have a chance to close it, and even though it's with lesser weaponry, that hasn't stopped them before. Hasn't stopped either of these two teams before. We got to overtime off the back of a shoddy buy from Monte's CT side. Fireflux could be the recipient of the same good luck. Both these teams still in it. Not much utility left on the belts here for the defenders. They've got 2 incendiaries. Banjo has a little bit of a menagerie, but some of these options here are going to be dispensed with relatively quickly, and Monte still haven't properly selected a target, but we can intuit that they might be thinking about B. They've had so much more value overall towards A, but Dougie, that's impact. Afro was what opened things up and made the last round possible for Monte. He's out of the picture immediately. The op duel favoring Dougie. Fireflux up a man, and now it almost feels impenetrable. It feels inevitable. Soulfly with an off angle on top of the E-box. He's going to clear Gizmy just based on the shadow alone, and he repositions for damage to the lean. This is so tough. Monty have to dig so impossibly deep. 3v4 with an HP disadvantage, and Skrunk's so far deep. No way.
And now trouble. They can't get to the bomb on time. 20 seconds. And all Fireflux players have to do is just wait, just survive. Because now Monte have to scarper toward the side, and not gonna happen as they all die. It's 2-0. And also, well, the reverse is the score for Monte in this Swiss stage, as the next map they will play will be an elimination match. Fireflux in a 1-on-1 bracket. They complete the upset. As we expected Monte to win this, they had their chances, wasted opportunities on Mirage, couldn't do it, couldn't finish it on Train, their own map pick, and Fireflux move on through, and this victory could mean a lot to them.
I think it's going to mean a lot for them. I mean, this is confidence building for Fireflux. If they can start to improve based on this, if they can avoid needing the extra rounds to close not only their map pick, but their opponents. Crazy scenes here, and obviously Monte, commiserations to some of their players. Ryu, I believe hailing from Lithuania, if memory serves, he has been on the struggle bus for his team, but really strong showing in both maps. Impressive multi-frag potential and capabilities galore on the CT side. It felt like he was instrumental in a lot of Monte's success, limited though it may have been overall. And now here we are. We're just waiting for more. We're waiting to see what's really going to be cooking here, because are Fireflux going to be a real contender, Luba, or are we going to see them eventually share the same fate as Monte? Being cast down into an elimination bracket would be heartbreaking after the showing they've had today.
I mean, it's one of those situations where we, as we mentioned before the match even began, not the two teams we expect to go so deep in this competition. Of course, we expected Monte to get the upper hand in this best of 3, and this might be a statement for Fireflux in a way that they might get a way to get out of the Swiss stage now. An important victory, hard fought and won, but still a long ways to go if they want to do something more in this competition. They're going to have to dig deep, and they're going to have to show even better Counter-Strike than they've shown in this match, because let's not forget Mirage. I mean, even on Train, it didn't really look the prettiest at times. Mirage, it could have gone to the favor of Monte. That's a definite. So it was a very weird best of three in total, given how close it was. But in the end, just Fireflux taking it by a hair. And I'm not really saying that, all right, they beat Monte, so I'm expecting them to go deep, but it could be something. It could be the start of something that's definite, especially in the tier two scene when anybody can beat anybody. This could show them that they definitely deserve to go deep, at least throughout this Swiss stage.
Yeah, listen, I think Fireflux could definitely now be on people's radars with a victory like this. And with how congested the schedule is, especially at tier two for Counter Strike, you don't necessarily have time to review all the VODs that you want to review. And some of these matches are really long. How deep are you going to be anti-stratting these guys? Or are you really mostly just going to be working on your own game? So they could continue to upset the apple cart, find a couple more players and scalps to take, and just making a name for themselves as generally speaking, they haven't been the most consistent force. So it's nice to see them pick up some wins and do so without needing a decider. That is interesting. Even though it took extra rounds, it didn't require that third map. And that's something that people got to start putting respect on their name for.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, they have reason to be happy with what happened today. Of course, you got to take it day by day in the tier two grind. And I would say that the Fireflux players are quite happy with what happened today against Monte. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this day of Galaxy Battle Phase 2. Of course, we're back tomorrow, so the grind continues for the casters, for the teams. A lot of Counter-Strike to be played. If I remember correctly, 10 a.m. Central European time, that's when tomorrow's game day starts. So we're up bright and early. We hope you will be up with us as well. That is it for today. We wish you a good evening.